there's something you see in me, 'cause I see the same in you. I know that there's more than meets the eye, 'cause you light up my world tonight. So we should be floating to wherever we're going, 'cause if the sky is an ocean, then we're going slow motion. Then we're going slow motion.
Ooh, nice fade out.
Thank you. Are you guys watching the stream? You can hear the fade?
No, I just heard it from here.
Ah. I can't, I wasn't sure. Can you guys hear that as it's playing?
The music?
Yeah.
Do.
Because I'm playing it through my OBS, what I use for the stream. So it's playing on there. It's not technically on my pad. But you guys were able to hear that. Could you hear it, Jen?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, sorry. This is like a big change. Like this is good stuff. Good stuff happening.
Do you use OBS Studio?
Candy over here.
I use Streamlabs.
Oh, at least at OBS.
It's generic.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's a what do you call it? A digital studio.
Got it.
Yeah. You can do all kinds of fades and stuff. No, it's great. And it's designed to integrate damn near perfectly with YouTube, Twitch. I think there's a few other things that it pairs with nicely for streaming.
Mm.
But yeah. Okay. Did you guys want to catch up a little bit? I know you were probably talking while I was running around like a chicken with my head cut off, but
I have a question.
okay.
What's with the lame background?
The lame background that I have now?
Yeah, I mean, I like the lightsabers,
I was
but
like, what's the problem, man?
you had way cooler stuff before.
Well, you missed the thing. So I've this is actually great for my mental well-being because I changed my office, so I rotated my desk 90 degrees. So rather than facing a wall or somebody's house, if I open up the windows or anything like that, I'm now looking at a nicer view. I've got good windows that point out to the street, so I can see trees and stuff like that. So yeah, this is just it's a nice little move for me and my desk and everything. I'm working on.
So you're seeing what we normally see now, essentially.
Essentially, yeah.
Oh, okay.
To a
Well, now
degree,
my
yeah.
mental health is gonna deteriorate looking at you.
Well, don't you worry, because the plan is I do technically have a green screen. It won't cover the entire area, but I'm looking to replace my webcam, get the green screen up and functional, and make it so that the backdrop is always consistent. And I can make it that if that's what you guys want to see. It just like I'll get a good image of it and put that behind me.
Yeah, you could put like Lake Tahoe in the background.
I could do
or, like,
anything.
Grand Canyon. Yeah.
My kind of hope was, and I think I can still do it here, because actually it's not bad. It's not bad if I try it. Boom. So this is it.
I remember that. Do you remember when we all did that one?
We were doing a bunch of them and stuff. We're playing.
The Rocketeer.
So obviously,
The Rocketeer. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the
good old
one.
days.
Like this is it without a green screen, right? Like it does a decent job of chopping.
Yeah, it's very distracting though.
Yeah, exactly. So, not gonna worry about that tonight. Everybody gets a fun view. They get to see my lightsabers, something I don't think any of you guys have gotten to see before. Technically,
Can you turn them on?
Sure.
Like for the whole time?
I probably not. I just drain my battery.
Ooh.
Not to mention the noise.
Love the sound effects. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm
The
saying.
audio looks a million times better. Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Sick.
I love the noise.
Yeah. I like that it like fades into the handle and it doesn't just like turn off. Yeah.
Well, watch him kick on.
Ooh, yeah. Ooh.
That's
looks
super cool.
so cool.
Yeah, lightsabers are awesome. I've been watching all of Star Wars with Jamie. Like her parents did basically the entire timeline, so we started doing it as well. So we've been watching it from episode 1 forward, skipping some of the we skipped the Clone Wars show, but it's been fun. So I'm all about my lightsabers and my Star Wars right now. Catching up on Andor, but yeah.
Good stuff.
Brian, it sounded like you had a bad round of golf.
Oh yeah,
It happens.
really, really bad.
Was this like a practice round?
No, it's a tournament.
Oh, that sucks.
Oh,
That
yeah.
sucks.
Shot 17 over par.
Oof, that is rough. He says 17 over par, which, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, my average over par, which is what is typically like 65 is par?
72.
72. I don't know why I always default to 65. 72. 72. I think I would probably average at least closer to 100. So like I'd almost be competing with you. Almost. I mean, I'm still way, way, way up there from you, but
Yeah, it was just bad. And then I go on the driving range today, and I hit 80 to 90% of the targets that I was aiming at.
just a bad day.
I don't know.
Hey.
I'm just like, were we on vacation yesterday?
It's just a bad day. That's it.
Did the golf clubs just not feel like being golf clubs? Like I don't know what's going on there.
Brian was just really having a James Blunt kind of day, you know?
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the reference, like, because I don't know. I
'Cause
know.
he had a bad
Thank
day.
you.
Yeah.
I was like,
There
I
are times where
I know the
to
name.
like pick up my golf club and just do like Woody from Toy Story. You are a club.
I would like to
Forgot
see
or
that
something.
on the golf course. I'd love to see someone going.
Yeah, just completely losing their shit.
Got to do what you got to do. Those clubs need to listen to you. All right. Well, it's 15 after. I think that's a good enough time to get us started. How do you guys feel?
Sure.
Jin says yes.
Is Jen still here? I
That's
can
right.
hear
On
her.
the stream, you cannot see her. Lovely clapping, Nick. Welcome to GoodFlickas, home of the GoodFlickas. Can you take our critiques? Let's find out as we dive into tonight's movie and our second pick in Sci-Fi July, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. This was my pick, and I am, of course, Matt, joined tonight by Brian, a.k.a. Don't Panic. What's up? Yeah, which is what I'm sure you were telling yourself every time you looked at this screen. You're like, don't panic. It'll be over in an hour and a half. It'll be over in an hour and a half.
Yeah. I wish I had that point of opinion or whatever it is gun so I can point it right at you.
The point of view gun.
The point of view gun.
It would
Right
be
at you
interesting.
there, buddy.
You know what? I think it's arguable that this entire evening is the point of view gun. I'm about to find out how you feel.
All right. And also I was squeezing some lemons on my head trying to get my brain energized for tonight as well. So
Love it.
that's where you're at.
You got your thinking cap on. I appreciate that.
I guess it was a acid trip.
Nice. We also have Jen joining us. You may not be able to see her, but she's in the darkness. Her and Kiwi are creatures of the night.
Actually, Nick, more like I'm sick of this citrus.
Okay. Sick of this citrus.
It sounds like a great band name.
Which, actually, Jen, I've got the live flickers like right over your face. Even though people can't really see you, it is over your face. So I'm gonna move that
Yeah,
because
Jen's
rude.
Jen's practicing her Halloween costumes, the Cave of Wonders.
She's a silhouette.
We'll just put it right in the middle for now, because you know what? Let's keep it
Now you're
low.
muted.
That's not even a silhouette.
Yeah. It's like a silhouette on a
We'll go
silhouette.
That's like the end of credits fade to black.
Jen's just constantly fading to black.
I can see me.
I can see like your outline, but that's it.
Just, if I look at the stream,
Stevie looks
I
like a
can't see it.
rock.
Yeah.
This is my pet rock.
Yeah. You put fur on it and some ears.
All right. Well, welcome, Jen. We are happy to have you join us. In the dark or in the light, we are happy you're here. We also have Nick, who is chilling over there. Deep thought. I almost said the other thing.
Mm-hmm.
I almost said the other thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think you're a secret informant. That's gonna break.
Oh my god.
Gonna break the what is it? Was it Reagan? Nixon. It was Watergate, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. I don't think that's you. You are in fact deep thought, and I imagine it's because you're sitting there just
chilling.
Just
yeah. You said,
thinking.
oh yeah, you're just chilling. Deep thought.
I think, therefore I think.
I think, therefore I be.
Well, if you want to be literal about it. But yeah, okay. So to hop into tonight's pick, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, why I picked it. It's Sci-Fi July. It's a cult classic. It's got a long history to it. And to me, this is just a classic sci-fi kind of a movie. It's silly, it's ridiculous, it's creative, it has a lot going for it. It has a lot going on in it, plenty to break down. But ultimately what I really like about it is it's kind of the opposite of what Don't Look Up was, where it was kind of serious, it had its funny moments, and it broke it down. But almost this entire movie is meant to be utterly insane and ridiculous. And funny. I picked this as just kind of a difference. I imagine most of you guys have not seen. I assume maybe you've heard of it, but you don't know much about it if you did. So on one hand, trying to kind of expose you guys to something fun and new. And on the other, just swapping it out from the more intense sci-fi that I think we get a lot of nowadays, where it's very intense. It's like your more Star Wars things where things are aggressive and fighty. This is not so much. More classic sci-fi, in my opinion. But, yeah. Does anyone want to go first for thoughts and score? Brian, you can knock it out, or we can make somebody else
go. Or do we
go.
want to start low?
Don't matter to me.
I don't know. I think Jen's raising her hand. I'm not.
Well,
Yeah,
like I
can't-
said, I'm looking at the stream because I get to look at you guys. If I look over here, I can see you, Jen, but now I'm no longer looking at you.
Sure. I'll
Jen
go.
can go. Jen, did you have your hand up?
Yeah.
You can go.
Oh, she did. I was totally joking. I wasn't sure if she did.
Yeah.
No, I got this.
No, I'll go. I'll be like the in between them because I already know my brother's tank in this one. So actually, I had seen this movie before. I just didn't realize I have because like when I saw the dancing dolphins, I was like, wait, this looks familiar. I had watched
Yeah,
it
it's
with
called SeaWorld.
no. Yeah, I had watched it when I was dating this guy. We used to drink a lot though too, so that's
little fun fact for you.
so I didn't really remember it except for the dolphins. Well, this movie, so it's not the worst movie that you've picked, Matt. I've paid it more. I think it's just too much. Like it's funny, this would be better as like a 30-minute little show or something. But afterwards, it starts giving me anxiety a bit because it's too much, and I get a little overstimulated, I think. Other than that, I don't really have any thoughts or opinions on it. So I'm just giving it a 2.
2. Okay.
Okay.
2.
I'll go next. Okay, so Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. This is a first watch for me, but I have heard, like, just over the years, people talking about this movie. Lots of like references and just jokes from the movie. So I've always heard good things. So I was going into it with a very open, positive mind. And overall, I really enjoyed this movie. It was a little hard to kind of understand some of the plot at times, but it is kind of just like a fun, silly adventure. And the message that I kind of got from it all was that it's one of those things where you should just kind of live in the moment and just take things as they are and not like stress about things that you don't have control over, and just kind of go with it, right? Like that's the feeling that this story kind of gives off more than the actual like plot of the movie itself. So the movie has like good messaging. I think that's what's really strong about it. But the plot's kind of messy and it doesn't really make sense at times. And at one point I kind of forgot. I'm like, wait, what's the goal here? But maybe that's the point. Maybe they're not really supposed to have a goal. It's just going with it, like going with the flow. So I really enjoyed that about the movie and just all the shenanigans everybody gets into, the wacky characters and the environments and the costuming and just the little jokes here and there. It's just it's one of those movies that you're not supposed to take so seriously, in my opinion. But like I can understand why this wouldn't be for everyone. Like I was thinking about like some family members that if I was to show them this movie, they'd be like, "This is the stupidest thing I've ever watched." But I really enjoyed it, and also my number one. I don't know if you guys know, but on my top 5, Zoe Deschanel is my number 1, and I had no idea that she was in this movie at all. And so after seeing her, in like Elf and New Girl and stuff, like to see her in a fun sci-fi movie, it just added to the whole experience for me. So yeah, overall I gave this one a 4.3. A lot of the point dockage is mainly from, I guess, like from plot stuff. Just kind of being like confused at times, but overall I enjoyed it a lot. It was very fun.
Nice. If you're a big fan of Zoe Deschanel, I always like to throw out a movie that I forget that she's in. Not New Girl, the New Guy. Have you heard of New Guy?
Are you doing a bit?
No, I'm being very serious. There's a movie called The New Guy.
The New Guy, yeah.
Oh.
Are you serious?
Yeah. She is.
Is that what like the New Girl is supposed to be like a play on that?
Not even remotely. No.
Really?
In the
Wow.
New Guy, it's a dorky kid who's in a funk band, and Zoe Deschanel is the bass player.
That's right.
Oh, what?
He
I don't
leaves.
remember that.
Ultimately what how the story breaks down is the kid is super dorky. He gets his penis broken. He leaves school and goes to a new school after meeting up with like a convict. He goes to jail for a guy to kind of teach him how to be cool. And basically this convict turns him into a badass. He goes to school and then he just kicks ass as the new guy because nobody knows who he is.
Mm.
He's his first school entrance is like he's wearing like a leather mask and he's got handcuffs on and
They roll him in like he's Hannibal Lecter, yeah.
exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've never heard of this one. Okay, I'll have to check it out. It's 2002, so that's before.
Who's the bitch
Now.
now?
Tiger Claws.
It's a great movie.
It's stupid, silly, and ridiculous, but it is a lot of fun.
And
so
so
it
it's
is
transforming from dud to stud.
Yeah.
seriously though. But and you talk about Zoe Deschanel, but for me it's was it Alicia Dushku who is like his love interest in that.
Mm.
There's even a bit where she's riding a mechanical bull and nothing but a handkerchief as a shirt, and it's like, yeah, well, not nothing. She's wearing jeans, of course, but still, you get it.
You get it.
You get it. Anyway,
I
Brian.
don't think I get it, Matt. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, so she's a really hot brunette girl. She's also in she's also in Buffy, but in this movie she's not a vampire slayer by any means. But she's really cool. She's a really nice girl, and she's riding a
She has a
mechanical
great
bull
personality.
in these boots and jeans, and she's just wearing like a handkerchief as a shirt. She even brings it up. It's like a really badass hot moment. Like, yeah.
Oh my god.
You need me to break it down further? At least Alicia Tushku. Go ahead,
Oh man.
Brian. Lay it on us. Drop the
All
hammer, my friend.
You guys can't see me, but I am still here. Okay.
You're gonna have to do or say something when your hand is up because I cannot see you.
I can see your foot. I think. Is that your foot or your arm? That's your foot. Okay.
Oh yeah, I can see the foot.
There you
Yeah,
go.
kick the foot. Kick the foot. I can see the foot move.
Ooh. I'm gonna see
Alright.
that picture on WikiFeet later.
Oh Jesus. Well, it's nice to know you're
I've
on WikiFeed.
heard of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I remember when it came out. I have never seen it, and now I have.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Boy, this movie was just not. I mean, Matt, you already said it. It's a cult, and I feel like it's a very, very, very specific cult.
That's
And
not
I'm
what I
just not-
said. I said it's a cult classic.
Whatever.
There's a big difference.
But it has to be like. I think it's a very, very specific type of person that fits this cult classic. For this movie. And I'm definitely not it. I was not even entertained. I was essentially just watching images go by my screen, wondering what is going on almost every minute. It just, and more importantly, being a comedy, I find that comedies are probably one of the hardest things to pull off, whether it's a sketch show, it's a movie, it's a cartoon, I don't care what it is. Comedy is so difficult because if you try too hard, it is very noticeable very quickly. And I feel like this movie was trying way too hard to be funny, and they pushed it just too far. I mean, I've seen multiple SNL skits, the same thing, where I'm like, no, you guys are trying way too hard. Like, just let it flow naturally. And that's when the real comedic genius occurs. In this one, I just felt like it was trying so hard to be a funny movie, and to me, it almost seemed like it was trying to be like Monty Python's brother, cousin, and just missing the mark entirely. And I don't know. It just I wasn't about it. I was trying to write notes, but I'm like, I don't even know how to write notes about this. It was just a really, really, really poor movie. With that, I'm giving it a 1.5 because I just there's nothing. The score I couldn't pull from. They didn't have a really good score. They didn't have a good. The performances were decent on certain things. I mean, that's probably why I gave it a little bit, but there wasn't one thing that was like, give me something to where I can at least give this a 2.5 or higher. I found nothing.
Okay. All fair and valid. What I really like about this movie, not the first time I've seen it, And it was fun. So I did get to watch this one twice. I watched it once on Blu-ray and once on Hulu. So, but yeah, not my first time seeing this movie. I do enjoy it. I think it's honestly, it's you compare it to like Monty Python. It's like it's BBC for sure. I'm sure you'll get into it a little bit when we get into fun facts and everything like that. But I love the British comedy of this, the dryness, the just. I do think it's brilliant. I think it plays on a lot of sci-fi tropes of like, well, how do we do this? Boop, here's an easy answer. Boop, here's an easy, like, also, it's just absolutely ridiculous because the galaxy is massive. So why not make it as ridiculous as possible? Because we don't know what exists. We don't know what's true. All we have is our own earthly experience and what we assume is out in the cosmos. So for this movie to kind of take the idea of Earth is gone, now we're just left out in space, and this is how wild and weird it is. I love it. I love that concept because sci-fi does not have to be true science fiction. Like it's silliness. It can be absolutely crazy, and I love that about this movie. Again, the story is simple. It's crazy and ridiculous. It's all over the place. But Nick, you bring up the plot and everything. It's very simple when what it really breaks down to is like what's everyone's goal, what are they trying to accomplish, what are they trying to do, what is the goal here? Simple. And ultimately it's not the main point of the movie. We'll talk about all this stuff when we get into it, obviously, but like it's simple, but the visuals, the concepts, the ideas, that's where it becomes more complicated, and that's where I think it gets more brilliant. Definitely not for everybody because it is I'm going to keep calling it silly. It's silly. And that's what I love about it. This movie's not perfect. I love the acting. I love the CGI. I think some of these scenes, especially when it's just straight up space, like at the end when they're passing through everything, I think the special effects, both CGI and practical, are incredible. The aliens look good. Like there's even the CGI'd aliens, I think, like little crabs or whatever, like that's the only thing that I think is a true CGI'd creature in this movie. Still looks great. And this is 2005. Like we have movies that come out now where it's like, what the hell? We can do better than this. So I'm 20 years later, I'm still impressed by everything that this movie accomplished, technically speaking. So really love all of that. And Jen, my favorite thing in the world about this movie is definitely the song. It gets stuck in my head. We'll talk about it when we get into the intro, but So Long and Thanks for All the Fish. So much fun, and I think it's a great way to kick off this movie, and it makes me laugh. It makes me smile every time. With that, I give it a 4.1. So it's not incredible. I understand that it's not made for everybody, and the things that I kind of ding it for, it's more just personal things. And it's just enough to kind of knock it down from being perfect, because here and there, little things here and there. But
that's a little surprising. I thought you would be higher.
I thought you would be lower.
Really? Oh.
I'm not too surprised with Brian and Jen's scores. I'm sorry you guys didn't like it more, but my goal is never for you guys to hate a movie, but I'm also trying to get you guys to experience new things that I think you haven't tried. So maybe next time, but yeah. So with that, we ready to jump into the knowledge center of the brain trust?
Mm-hmm. Fun facts. Fun facts. Sit your butt down, cause Brian's in town. Fun facts. Fun facts. Here we go now, so let's talk about fun facts. It didn't work.
Oh, you tried to get the party up?
Yeah, I was trying to get the lights going. Why is it not?
I bet it's too bright. It's not recognizing your fingers as well.
Really?
Close your blinds.
And it's over.
All right. It is July 14th, 2025, as we record this one. You can currently catch Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy streaming on Hulu. This movie came out in 2005, directed by Garth Jennings. who I've never heard of.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not familiar with the director either.
All right, looking at his work or projects that he's done as a director. Number 8, Madam Me. Number 9, nope, wrong direction. Number 7, Come Home. Number 6, Radiohead. What is this?
These are music videos. So Come Home is a 2-minute short from Sing.
Well, this is Scotch Mist, a film with Radiohead in it. 42 minutes.
Radiohead's the song, right?
No, Radiohead is the band.
Yeah.
What's it called?
Scotch Mist.
Scotch Mist.
You've got the Sing Thriller.
Yeah.
This was 11 minutes long. Son of Rambo, is number 4.
I haven't seen that one.
And now we're going to get into movies that people have probably heard of. This one is number 3. Sing 2 is number 2. And Sing is number 1.
Yeah.
Is that the Disney?
It's
film?
It's not Disney. It's
Illumination.
Illumination. Thank you.
Oh, is it Illumination?
Yeah, it's the Minion guys.
Oh,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the animals who sing.
Mm. Okay.
Anyway, so that's his work. All right. As far as the cast goes, we've talked about a couple of them already. I'll just give the 3 and then, let you guys say what you want to say. The lead actor who plays Arthur Dent is Martin Freeman. His little sidekick friend, played by Yassine Bey. I believe most people know him as Mos Def. And then, of course, Trillian is played by the lovely and apparently Nick's all-time crush, Zooey Deschanel.
You heard that right.
There's definitely some other big names.
Lots of big names.
Just before Matt goes on his, I'm just gonna list the cast. Does anyone have shout outs that they'd like to do, whether it's actors or the characters that they played, performances?
I thought I had one, but
I have one.
Harry Frankfurt.
Okay, John's got one.
Yeah, only because I know him from Supernatural, but it's the guy that is kind of like the tour guide of the New Earth.
Bill Nighy.
I don't know his name.
Oh, Bill Nighy.
He's got a weird name.
Slartibar Fast.
Okay.
What did you get?
Slartibart Fast. Yeah. There's a fact about the name. If you want me to find it, and I can say it.
The other one that I'm gonna shout out performance-wise, and it's no surprise at all. It's the voice of Marvin,
yeah, that was mine.
and it's no surprise of how well it was done. It's played by Alan Rickman, which many people, I mean, it's probably arguable. You're gonna have people who know him as Professor Snape. You're gonna have people who know him from Die Hard as
Hans Gruber.
Hans
Hans Gruber, exactly. He just did such an amazing job being the Eeyore of robots, and I loved it. That's the one performance that really was catching my attention. So, again, I don't think Alan fucks up anything he does. he's an incredible actor. He's an incredible voice actor. He's just the talent of this man. So I just wanted to shout him out. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I just want to say, for the entire movie, I was like, man, this guy sounds like Alan Rickman. and then by the end of it, I looked it up. And I was like, oh, I was right, because I just like, to me, I just was not thinking Alan Rickman would be in a movie like this, I
No,
guess.
I agree.
So it was like, man, all right, interesting. It was kind of like when I had the same thought about Machete. I was like, Lindsay Lohan, she's in this movie.
Yeah.
It was just like, it was that kind of, yeah.
Machete.
But yeah, Marvin Alan Rickman was my shout out. Yeah.
All right, so no more shout outs? Are we letting the wildcat loose?
I got my list.
Ripping off the cage door.
Here we go.
All right. I'm going to try not to last too long.
He's free tonight.
I know. I'm going to try not to last too long. So, because I'm trying to pull their names up so I can get them right. So, Zaphod Beeblebrox, played by Sam Rockwell. Huge fan of Sam. He's absolutely incredible. He's in the MCU as Hammer. He's done Moon. He's in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Like, this guy has been around for an incredibly...
Which one?
The first one. The first live action one, 1990.
Really?
Check it out. He's part of the Foot Clan.
Okay, the one with was it Casey?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's in like two parts. He's so you know at the beginning when the kid's going into the hideout and he's being shown around and stuff. I'm pretty sure he's the guy who's like, got any cigarettes, regular or menthol?
Wow.
I'm pretty sure that's him. But the more obvious one, if I'm mistaken, the more obvious one is later in the movie. I think he's talking to April and he's basically saying like, I think he rats out where the warehouse is with all the stolen shit. But he's also in like Charlie's Angels. He has been like check Sam Rockwell out. He is absolutely incredible. He's in the Green Mile. I forgot about the Green Mile. He's a disgusting human being. But yeah, love Sam Rockwell. He's tons of fun. I like when he's serious, but I like him even better when he's a silly guy. So we've got him. I'm gonna shout out Warwick Davies. I always call it Warwick Davis, but it might be Warwick Davis. I've been saying it wrong for 30 years. But he's the body of Marvin. So you've got Alan Rickman who's doing the, oh, life sucks. Warwick Davies is the guy in the robot suit that's doing all the motions and showing you all of those things. But Warwick Davis is known as, like, he's tons of things. He's a little person, but he first known for Star Wars. He is in Revenge of the Sith. No, Return of the Jedi. He's in Return of the Jedi as one of the Ewoks, Wicket. And that's like his first start. But you may also recognize him as the Leprechaun from the Leprechaun horror series with Jennifer Aniston getting her start.
I never saw that.
Yeah, it's okay. It's a fun little series, but it's absolutely ridiculous. So yes, huge shout out to Warwick Davis. He's also in Harry Potter as a bunch of like the goblins,
like the Gringotts, like the Gringotts.
Yeah, he's a bunch of the goblins. He's also Professor Flitwick. So he's the little I think he's a goblin too, but he's the teacher, the Flitwick, who's teaching them Wingardium Leviosa. That guy.
Oh, he plays him?
Yeah, that's Warwick Davis.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stephen Fry, who's the
Apparently he's in Labyrinth as well, Matt.
Labyrinth. He's probably Hoggle.
I'm looking right now. No, he's not Hoggle.
He's not? He might be one of the other goblins. Trying to think of like who else he could possibly be or fit into the suit of. But so while you're looking up Warwick, I mean, he's absolutely he's incredible. Love him. I haven't even shouted out Willow. Check out Willow. Brian, no, you won't like it. But it's got Val Kilmer. It's a fantasy. It's a fantasy. Warwick Davis is essentially a wizard. It's a lot of fun. It's a fun little like high fantasy. Actually, I guess technically low fantasy. It's low magic, but in a fantasy world where Val Kilmer is like a swordsman. Like he's just a scoundrel, like a fun guy. He's fun. Yes.
The disappointment when you were like, you would hate that.
It's just when I realized like,
Yeah, the
oh,
disappointment
you
there.
like Val
Oh, dude,
Kilmer?
okay.
Wait, no, you're not
He
gonna
was a
like Val Kilmer.
goblin corpse.
Was a goblin corpse?
Yeah.
He played a dead guy. Well, that sucks. There's a lot of like,
Unfortunate for him.
well, there's a bunch of puppets in that. It's essentially a Jim Henson thing. So there's lots of Muppets and things like that. So he could only fit into certain things.
Good babe.
Babe with the power of the babe. Yes. So Stephen Fry, who's the narrator of the book, of the movie, and everything, he has an incredible voice. I'm sure you've seen him in things. To list off V for Vendetta. Trying to quickly go through his stuff. He's been around forever, and I'm sure you would recognize him. That can't be right. It honestly says he's only acted in 9 things. Like, that's not true. Oh no, that's the Coming Up. 206. Got it. All right. Yeah. He's in Harry Potter stuff. Like, yeah, the man has been around forever, but just an incredible voice actor in the sense of, like, obviously you hear him, he sounds great. He's narrated tons of things. You guys mentioned Bill Nighy. I've got to throw out Hamakavula, also known as John Malkovich.
Mm-hmm.
He is so scary in this. Like, this is the only character in this movie that I'm like, you're kind of terrifying. But I absolutely loved him. He was incredible from start to finish. When you see him, love it. John Malkovich does incredible.
He does scary so well.
He does.
I mean, Cyrus the Virus.
He has like it's that scary calmness about him.
Exactly.
He's like, he always gives off that impression that he is in control no matter what you do or say.
Yep.
And it's terrifying when you start like, but what about blah? I was like, no. There's no panic in this man. Even have you seen Red or either of the Red movies?
Yeah.
Those are so much fun. But even in that, where he's like a paranoid kind of character of like, and he's like, he actually is kind of jittery and crazy. He's still calm as hell. I just knocked my light off because of how intense I was just being. That's my first lesson. That was funny.
You did that last week too.
I'm crazy like that. I gotta stop gesturing on my desk. But yeah, huge shout out to John Malkovich. He does an incredible job in this movie. The last one that I have to shout out is Helen Mirren, and that's, if you don't, I just realized I was like, half the cast of Red is in this movie. But Helen Mirren is the voice of Deep Thought. It's simple, small, but I mean, she's a dame now, isn't she? Dame Helen Mirren, yeah. So she's essentially been knighted. Is that what that is? I'm not British, so I'm not sure the difference between dame and knighthood. It's essentially the same, right?
No idea.
No clue, man.
Where are my medieval fans? Anyway, so yeah, just that's it for me as far as shout outs. There's probably a couple more I could list off, but there's no need. Huge
I
cast.
recognized faces, but it was not enough to be like, oh, this guy, you know.
Yeah. I will say one, just because you had already listed him, but because I'm still learning his name. I don't know when he changed to using his real name, but Mos Def. I think it was like either early 2000s or late 90s when he started acting more, but he started popping up in all kinds of stuff for a good while, and I was like, I like him. This may not be my favorite role for him, where like he does fine. I don't think he's incredible. There's certainly, I would say, like some weaker moments, but in general, if I were to look at more of his acting credits and stuff, I really enjoy him.
He was great in The Italian Job.
I forgot him in The Italian. Yes, incredible as Left Ear.
Left Ear.
Left Ear.
Right?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I really do like him as an actor. He just
had an accident, and I'm the one that's deaf.
Yeah, I'm scrolling through his stuff. Oh, he's in I'm Still Here. I gotta watch that. In 5 episodes of Dexter. Yeah.
When I first saw him on screen, like he was like kind of far away on screen. Initially, I thought it was Dave Chappelle, and then as he got closer, I was like, nope, that's not Dave Chappelle.
No, that's not Chappelle.
I'm just trying to scroll through to see. Yeah, not a whole lot, not a whole lot, but I do enjoy him. I do enjoy his acting, and hopefully see him some more. Right? Yeah.
All right. Well, that is our little actors corner that we do. Uh, let's cruise on into our ratings. So, GoodFlickas, we're giving this one 2.98 out of 5 stars.
Ooh, worst movie of
New
the
number
year, I
one.
bet.
New number one. Don't listen to Nick. New number one.
Number one for the worst.
Is it the worst? It is the worst by just a smidge, a hair,
Ooh.
a little tiny hair. Life or something like it is what it just took the place of.
Oh wow.
You're telling me this is worse than Life or something like it?
100%.
This movie is still loved and adored by thousands upon thousands of people, maybe millions in the entire world. When's the
Okay,
last
calm
time
down.
anybody has ever brought up Life or something
Slow
like
your
it?
roll here.
I'm
If
just
I were to
saying.
go outside
I'm
in my
sorry,
little
Jen.
community and just say who likes the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, I'm kind of curious what the poll would be.
Nothing against Angelina Jolie, but this feels like disrespect. Okay, go on.
Most death.
My girl can't be in the worst movie. Like it's just we have an agreement.
I did this for you
Okay,
then, Jen.
you gave that movie a 1.7. So calm down over there.
Wait, and that was Jen's pick.
Yeah.
This is what I respect about Jen. She's honest with her own picks.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, we're giving it 2.98 out of 5. IMDb gives it 6.7 out of 10. Letterboxd 3.4 out of 5. Roger Ebert himself 2 out of 4 stars.
Hmm.
Quote, I really like the way that he worded this. Better than what I can do, apparently.
Words are hard.
I think you just malfunctioned.
Quote, but of course, I do not get the joke. I do not much want to get the joke, but maybe you will. It is not an evil movie. It wants only to be loved, but most movies that want to be loved are like puppies in the pound. No matter how earnestly they wag their little tails, you can adopt only one at a time.
So
What does that mean?
I mean, I pretty much brought you right into the middle of a paragraph because I'm not going to read the whole thing, but yeah. And then he also did another interesting thing. I debated about reading this or not, but he said to such a person, 2 things are possible if you see the movie. Number 1, you will become intrigued by its whimsical and quirky sense of humor, understand that a familiarity with the books is necessary, read one or more of the Hitchhiker books, return to the movie, appreciate it more, and eventually be absorbed into the legion of Adam's admirers. Number 2, you will find the movie tiresomely twee and notice that it obviously thinks it is being funny at times when you do not have the slightest clue why that should be. You will sense a certain desperation as actors try to sustain a tone that belongs on the page and not on the screen. And you will hear dialogue that preserves the content of written humor at the cost of sounding as if the characters are holding a Douglas Adams reading. I take the second choice.
So it sounds like we needed to read the book before we watched the movie.
That's what Ebert was really coming at, where it's like, if you guys read the book or read the series, this one's gonna be all for you. But if not, it might be a rough and bumpy road. Yes, Matt.
I mean, that makes sense to me. Like, I'll admit, I have not read any of the books. I do want to, now that I've read more about it and looking into it. You've brought him up a couple of times. So the writer, Douglas Adams,
Mm-hmm.
he also wrote the movie, but if I'm not mistaken, the history of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy began as a radio play. So that makes sense to me with this kind of style, right? Like everything you're hearing is just an auditory joke. And it ties into what Ebert was saying, right? Of like some of these things are written to be an auditory joke. They don't translate to a visual medium as well. And I think that seems fair to me, especially given its origins. But it started off as a radio play. It bleeds off and becomes a comic book. I think it's 5 books, something like that. So
Yeah, I have a fact about that somewhere.
Because it's and I think it's a BBC TV show that has quite a few episodes. I can't remember. I've tried to watch it, but I haven't gotten to it. So yeah, just I think that the story behind The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is where the cult following comes from. It's been around long enough. It's changed mediums enough times, but the emotions, the understanding of what the story is there, especially for the diehards. If you're new to it, if you're being thrown into it, like in this situation, it's probably a bit harder to kind of jump in and be like, yes, this is amazing. So I get it. And I definitely see, like, if you're a fan going into the movie, you'll love the movie. But to me, this was going into the movie. I love the movie, and it makes me want to experience more of the mediums. Like, it makes me, I'd love to hear the radio show. I'd love to hear I'd love to watch the TV show at some point. And I'd like to read the books. So like, it's turned me into a fan from the movie versus vice versa. That seems redundant. Versus vice versa.
Right. Budget is worth 50 million, and worldwide gross was 104.4 million.
It's pretty good
job. Wow.
What was that?
Asshole driving by.
That's someone who just had to go see the movie right now.
I was like, oh my god, Hitchhikers are the guy. It's on Hulu. I gotta go.
Oscars.
The Earth is about to blow up.
No Oscars, no Golden Globes.
That's fair.
Yep.
Zoe Deschanel gets a Golden Globe from me.
A Golden Globe, isn't that TV?
Huh?
Was Golden Globes TV?
No.
Is it? I always get confused because they have a billion different names. Golden Globe is not the Oscar, is it? Or
no.
Separate.
Oscar is Oscar. Golden Globes is Golden Globes.
I don't remember the Golden
Emmy
Globes.
is TV.
I don't remember the
Emmy
Golden
is
Globes.
Emmy.
I really don't pay attention
Grammys
to...
are music.
Yeah, Grammy is music. Emmys are TV.
Razzies is anything bad.
Yeah. Golden Globes, I don't really think about too much, I guess.
We bring up.
I know we bring them up, but just like it seems like
every episode.
Yeah.
But I don't think about those. Like, it is the Oscar that seems to be like the big prize, and then everything kind of feeds off like, well, it didn't get the Oscar, so it got the consolation Golden Globe.
Well, the Oscar is the statue of the man, whereas the Golden Globe is like the cube with like the little globe on top of it, right? Isn't it a cube that it's sitting on, or is it just like a platform? Did I say something stupid?
No, I just love that you just. The Oscar is the statue of the man. Oh, that was great.
Golden Globe.
That's a Golden Globe, right?
Golden Globe.
There are
It's Oscar.
some awards you guys might be interested in. You got the Teen Choice Awards. Nominated for action adventure, so I guess the best action adventure movie of the year.
Okay.
And also nominated for rap artist in a movie, Most Def.
This is Zoe Deschanel.
And you also have the Stinkers Bad Movie Awards. Nominated for worst song or song performance in a film.
You're about to tell me so long and thanks for all the fish.
So long and thanks for all the fish.
They're just haters. That's all that is.
Nominated, not won though.
Ah,
So
see, there's
your-
worse.
your-
There's worse.
Your fish are safe, Matt.
Yeah,
They're
it's
not
officially
fish.
the worst.
It's not officially. All right.
Were there any
Did you
Saturn
notice-
awards?
What?
Were there any Saturn? I think it's Saturn awards. Were there any Saturn awards or anything?
I didn't see any Saturns. No,
Okay.
just stinkers.
I'm just curious because if I want to say the Saturn awards is like specifically for like sci-fi. Yeah, science fiction, fantasy, and horror. I'm just curious. Okay.
Did you notice the significance of 42 is explained at 42 minutes in the movie?
Oh no.
I wasn't keeping track, but when I did see that fact, I liked it. Have you guys noticed that often when you ask a question open-endedly before you actually ask the question, I answer with 42?
Nope.
You will now.
I might, yeah. It took 15 years to get a green light. Maybe shot for 25. The lady
Enjoy that
at the
haterade.
street side table is Adam's mother.
The lady what?
The lady at the street side table is Adam's mother. I don't know what street side table. I do not know the movie well enough.
Yeah, I don't. Was it
There
Jen?
was there's like this older lady that, cause she's kind of got like blondish hair, and she was sitting down at the table. I know.
Okay, well that's Adam's mother.
I think she was just reading a
The
newspaper, right?
the writer of the movie and the writer of the series.
How nice.
All 5 book titles in the series are mentioned in the movie. And apparently there's like a hidden where they gave an instant like 4 out of 5, but the 5th one is happens in the credits, so you really gotta wait a while for to get that bingo box.
Oh, speaking of, did you guys watch the mid credits?
Yeah.
Oh no,
Okay, there's just a little like
no, I
cutscene.
saw the finish line and I was out.
That's fair. There's a little cutscene mid credits.
Yeah, it was like some animation about like dinosaurs.
No, it was it was the last thing that Arthur Dent had said. I wouldn't want to go anywhere without my towel or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever his last line was. That audio had traveled to such and such place on such and such planet or whatever that broke out and caused this war because they interpreted it as this horrible like whatever the English sentence was translated as something super insulting in their language, and they went to like essentially wage war on Earth, but because of a huge mistake of size, they were like minuscule, and I think they got taken out by like a dog or something.
What in the world?
Yeah.
It was very random.
Yeah, just a funny little joke in the middle of the credits. Nothing serious.
The Heart of Gold Bridge could only run for 8 minutes at a time to prevent it from catching fire.
What was the Heart of Gold Bridge? I was trying to find this, and I'm like, as many times as I've seen this, I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't know either, man. This is your movie.
All right, I'm gonna look up the Heart of Gold Bridge because I really don't know.
Apparently, it had so many light bulbs, and if it ran for longer than 8 minutes, it would overheat and it could catch fire. Did you notice Deep Thought is an Apple Mac?
Oh,
But the little light that would turn on as they were talking.
Mm-hmm.
oh.
I didn't initially notice that.
No, I did miss that. But the
Deep
Heart of
Thought
Gold,
looked like a whale to me.
it does kind of look like a whale.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
But yeah, apparently it's an Apple Mac.
Gotcha. The Heart of Gold was the spaceship. The one that they're flying around with that looks like a ball, like the big white ball that they hit, and it's the improbability factor and all that stuff.
But what's the bridge though?
I don't know. I'm it.
Oh,
Oh, the
wait.
bridge, as in the bridge is where the piloting and everything is.
Oh.
The bridge where the captain sits. That is the bridge.
Got it.
That
Okay.
is very confusing, but now that
is
makes
very
sense.
well lit. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That is. Oh man.
Why are you laughing, John?
It's funny.
That's some random shit.
Yeah, that is very well lit. Yes.
So lit.
It is lit.
That's funny. It is. It's very bright.
Yeah, the bridge. Okay,
Ah,
I just
it's
wanna make
this
sure
thing.
I didn't like
So it's.
I didn't get auto corrected or anything. Yeah, it says
If you
bridge
can
set.
see it, I think. Oh, Jesus! I'm trying to get it. It won't focus, will it?
Yeah.
It's that control panel though.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think they're referring to. Of like they could only keep it on for a certain amount of time because it would catch fire.
Catch fire. That's all I have for you, friends.
Okay.
The rest was just like way too techy. I'm like, I can't.
When I was reading the trivia and stuff on IMDb, excuse me, it was a lot of just random stuff too. So like, I'm
was
with
like,
him.
to the point where I'm like, wow, I'm actually being. These facts are boring me. I'm bored.
They're bored facts. Not fun. Bored.
Yeah.
So
Bored
apparently,
facts. Bored facts. Get your butt down.
Get your snooze on.
Get your snooze on.
so I've got two fun facts. Unfortunately, they're right next to each other. It's pretty
Yeah,
quick.
go for it.
And then we can take a quick break.
Take the wheel.
This one I thought was kind of fun. So Ford Prefect, who is Mos Def, apparently, and I wouldn't know this because I'm not a car person, but apparently the car that he is introducing himself to shake hands with is a Ford Prefect. So it's Ford Prefect meeting Ford Prefect.
See,
No,
I
that-
got that. Like
that's
that
a good
made
joke.
sense to me. I was like, oh, that's why he got that name because he was gonna try to introduce himself to a Ford.
Well, and that's the funny thing is like that's always been his name is Ford Prefect. It just happens to be that's the car that he sees as a Ford.
Oh, that's
Prefect.
not why he got his
That's
name.
not why he had. No, he's always had that
Oh, I
name.
thought-
Because
I
when he
thought that
meets,
was why he-
because we see him later when he meets the president, he's like Ford. Like people know him as Ford.
Oh, weird.
So I think it's just supposed to be kind of like a fun joke for the visual gag of like for people who know what a Ford Prefect. I have no clue what a Ford Prefect is. Obviously, it's that
So, like,
car, but I couldn't tell you.
A
what it is.
British model. Yeah.
Well, when you have a name like a prefect, I'm like, yeah, that's good. That's British as hell. We don't know what a prefect is.
No.
Yeah, the
idea.
prefect is the head of the head guy in the Harry Potter houses.
Then why do they have head boys? It doesn't make sense. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't get the ranking system. But so to kind of answer somewhat of questioning for why Bill Nighy's character is named what he is named. And I'm just going to read this verbatim from IMDb. According to Douglas Adams's notes, he wanted the name of the character. I'm going to stare at this thing. Slartibart Fast to sound extremely rude, but still pass BBC's rules on what could be broadcast. He actually started with fart to fucks borals and changed it bit by bit until it was acceptable. So the name was much worse. And if you want to know how fart to fucks borals was spelled is PHARTIPHUKBORLZ. Fart to fuck borals.
How in the world can they say that Slaughter Bart Fast sounds rude?
I don't know.
How does that even like nowhere near does that sound rude?
I think fart to fuck borals does.
That sounds rude.
But when you have to change it so that it's acceptable, I'm
If
sure the
someone said
rudeness went
Slaughter
down.
Bar Fast, I'd be like, God bless you. Like
Bless you.
that is so weird that they actually consider that rude. It's like, wow, guys, we nailed it. This is rude.
By the way, the Ford Prefect is a real car. It was made by Ford UK from 1938 to 1961.
Would you like more facts on the car? The model was produced in Ireland, the UK, Malaysia, and New Zealand, and sold in Europe, Asia, and Australia between 1938 and 1959.
It was also used in the movie The Hitchhiker in the Galaxy.
Well played, well played. Okay, I think we're good. We'll go ahead and take a quick break, and then we'll come back and hop into the movie. So for the meantime, so long, and thanks.
So long, and thanks for the network. Matt, are you able to mute the music for us, but still keep it for the stream?
That's kind of what I'm trying to figure out. So I wasn't expecting you guys to be able to hear this.
Yeah, it's like we're at a club right now. We're trying to like talk to each other.
Yeah. So I'm like I said, I'm still trying to figure
This song's about me.
So,
What? Huh? Oh, you want to buy me a drink? That reminds me of that episode of How I Met Your Mother when Ted and that girl are at the club and there's like subtitles at the bottom because it's too loud.
Yeah.
You know what episode I'm talking about? Yeah. You guys want to see this project I did the other day? I borrowed my dad's power washer, so I've been having a field day with it. So here's some like before, and I did the side yard walkway here at my grandmother's house. And here's a before and after. Send it. Oh, cool. Put this up aside. Yeah, it's like.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you see it? Yeah.
Wow.
Before and after.
Huge difference.
Yeah, that took me probably. Well, it took me two separate days, but in total hours, it probably took me maybe like 4 or 5 hours.
Did you do the house itself too? It looks bluer on the other side.
I did. Yeah, I did kind of like 1 to 2 feet up from the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't go all the way up, but yeah. That's like decades of dirt, just like that stuck to the concrete. So, super proud of that. Huh?
That's exciting.
Yeah, there's something so satisfying about a power washer. Just like like you go slowly and you just see it like all come off, and it's like when you peel off the plastic off of your new TV. You know, like that it's like that feeling. Yeah,
So,
and I did a couple weeks ago. I did the driveway, and that took like 4 or 5 hours. Yeah, yeah. But it's great because I can just like put some music on, you know,
Oh, yeah.
just block it out. And plus, when it's hot, like the water like misting on your body and keeps you cool.
Yeah. Speaking of music, I've gone from the year 2024 all the way to 1940. I did Billboard, or I basically did like the year and then Billboard, whatever it is. So
Like
like
top
I did
chart.
like 1995 Billboard. And then I would go through and I added a bunch of songs to my like song playlist. I will say when I got to the 40s, it got real dicey. So I just did best of the 40s. I was like, I can't do this year after, like, I can't do like 10 years of this.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
There's videos on
That's
YouTube
cool, though.
where it talks about like the #1 song of that year, and it'll play like a 10-second clip of the music video. So it'll be like the 1980s to the 2020s, like #1 songs of each year, and it's just like you see the evolution of not only the music, but the evolution of how music videos were made.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, and you see the transition of what is popular at that time.
Yeah.
The genres just completely take a 180 in the 2000s.
Yeah, on my liked songs playlist on Spotify, I have 4,274 songs.
Oh wow.
I mean, that seems like a lot, but that's really not compared to how many songs
Are out there.
have been made, you know?
Yeah. But what does this say? Like the total time is on the top. This is
It doesn't. It just
doesn't.
says, yeah.
it just says broken.
But it's really cool because I'll do that, and then like if I'm doing chores or whatever, I just throw on my like songs. I know that every song that plays is something that I'm gonna be okay with.
This is one that you like, yeah.
Yeah. And it's like it's super varietized now. It's like country, Disney, 1930s. little Sinatra going on.
Yeah. Well, what's your favorite genre, Brian?
I'm such a universal listener. I don't think I have a favorite genre.
Do you have a favorite song or a favorite artist of all time?
Nah, I'm too generic. Yeah. It's like last night I'm making Sunday dinner. It was hot. I'm doing a ribeye dinner for us. I went on my like songs and I just said, give me all the country. And I was just bumping country, cooking Sunday dinner. Like that, that was the vibe that I was feeling at that time.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been feeling folksy.
Folksy? Is that what you said?
Yeah, like folk music.
Folk.
So I more often than not, when I'm listening to folk music, it's like Irish folk music and that kind of a thing. So you get a lot of like shanties and work songs and things like that too. But I mean, like I like breaking in the more modern stuff, I guess. Like Mumford and Sons is kind of folksy and that kind of it, like those kind of vibes as well. But hell, give me a guitar, banjo, and drums, I'm good to go.
Yeah.
Throw in a fiddle, done.
Yeah.
Like that. I mean, yeah, like that. The 70s, they had like almost like jazzy 70s is a great one.
70s is a great era for music for sure.
It was. Yeah, that one was fun going through from 79 to 70. I'm like, whew, the songs that were coming out.
Good stuff.
I feel like Brian's in this time, like in your life, where you're just trying to experience the eras of everything, like
Kinda,
the
yeah.
eras of SNL, the eras of music, the
It's
eras
there,
of
man. If it's there, why not? I mean,
Yeah, no, that's great. Like I love.
MCU from release date order. Yeah, I like having like a playlist to just check off. It's fun.
Yeah.
Are you liking the MCU?
Not bad.
Okay.
Where are you now?
Not bad. Where am I? I just got done with Iron Man 3.
Okay, so you've done Avengers then.
I have, yes.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Iron Man 3 is a pretty solid one.
The Avengers was, I think I gave that one a 4 or 4.5. I can't remember which one.
Okay.
Yeah. I did enjoy that one.
Nice. Now, I assume you're watching this on streaming. You have been sticking around for the cutscenes, right?
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
And I've also been watching the other things, MCU one-shots or something.
Yes,
Yeah.
the little shorts and stuff.
Yeah.
Please do. The Thor ones I saw way too late, but they are tons of fun.
Yeah, I've been watching those too.
I will say, because you've seen Iron Man 3 now, which was the Mandarin, right?
The what?
The Mandarin?
Yes, yeah.
The Mandarin. It's
Ben
different.
Kingsley?
Yeah. Oh my God, it's amazing.
Yeah.
There's at least one more short that's of him. I don't know if you've gotten to it yet or not, but it's.
I might be on it next, yeah.
I think it's. I don't know when it came out. I think it's much closer to like Shang-Chi. I'm not sure how, but it's bringing his character back is so much fun. And his Ben Kingsley is so good. All right, I think we've got everybody. Oh yes, there is movement. I see a bottle. Awesome.
Oh yeah, I
Tin's
see
back.
a white thing in the middle of the screen.
Speaking of, if Jen had a flashlight, she could actually pull off the Iron Man right now.
It looked good. It would look good. All right, are we ready to hop into it?
Yeah.
Let's do this.
I did, and I was the first one back, guys.
You
Were
usually
you?
are.
Couldn't tell.
She's always so punctual. But welcome back to GoodFlickas, home of the GoodFlickas. Can you take our critiques? Let's find out as we dive into The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And what better place to start than the very beginning? A very good place to start. And ironically, in the intro, it's kind of a goodbye. So long, and thanks for all the fish.
Well played.
Thank you. I do, like I said, I mentioned earlier, like I love this intro. We can continue it going forward to basically the title drop if you guys would like. But for me, the dolphins, this whole bit, like it's such a fun way to start off the movie. It already sets the tone for what you're about to get into. I think it's a great way to introduce the movie and set the scene for you. So yeah, with that in mind, I really love this intro, but if we're just talking about the song, not a whole lot we can dive in there, but it is fun. Did you guys want to talk about the dolphins, or did you want to talk about did you want to feed off intro into essentially the title drop or not?
Well, which title drop? Because there's two of them.
Are there two?
Yeah. The first one is with the dolphins, and you see the title like in the water with the bubbles and everything. And then the second title drop is when you actually see the book in space.
That's the one that I'm thinking of. Like, I don't remember the
actually,
bubbles.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, there's two.
There's bubbles?
Yeah, it's like at the end of the dolphin scene, and like you see the words of the title like coming into view from the water and the bubbles all around it.
Interesting. No, I don't remember that one on at all.
Yeah, because when I saw the one that you guys are thinking of, I was like, oh shit, a second title drop. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm actually pulling up the intro right now so I can see that.
Yeah.
You guys will appreciate this, I feel. On the second title drop, being the fact that I've never seen this movie before, and the randomness that I just saw for the first 5-7 minutes, when it was in space and it started to turn, my initial head scratcher was, is this about to be a Toblerone bar?
Oh,
Because it really was starting to look like it, and then it like turned more, and I'm like, okay, no, not Toblerone. I was like, did they really just do a title drop on a Toblerone bar? Like, that would be ridiculous.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
I didn't put it past them for the first 10 seconds. Like, I was like, this it's gonna happen.
It is pretty funny. If it were a Toblerone, that would be really funny.
It looked like it.
I could
I'm
see,
telling
I
you,
could
I was
see
like,
it.
it was angle. I'm like, no, there's no way they're about to do that. And then it turned out to be like a giant
It's a book.
guide or book or whatever.
Well, and that's a British chocolate, right?
Great question.
Isn't it?
I
feel like we've talked about this
We
before.
did, and I think we looked at. I want to say it's like Swedish chocolate or German chocolate.
Toblerone.
Toblerone.
So I
Swiss
remember
chocolate.
eating it when I was in London.
Toblerone is a Swiss chocolate brand owned by
Swiss,
Mondelez
okay.
International.
By the Swedes.
Yes.
Hmm.
Swiss.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have any other comments on it. I mean,
if we want to, like I said, if we're gonna bring up the second title drop, which by the way, you were absolutely right, they did have the title drop in the water, and I just completely missed it. I was too busy singing the song, I'm sure. But if you want to break down the actual intro scene where we meet Arthur Dent and all of that,
yeah,
stuff,
I would consider that the intro.
You wouldn't?
I would.
You would? Okay, then yeah. Let's break that scene down real fast then. Like, we were introduced to our main character. We find out that his home is about to be destroyed. All of that. Like, for me, what I really like about this scene is it's paralleled by what's about to happen to Earth. By the end of it, I mean, down to the same words being spoken. You know, I like that there's that kind of parallel with everything. but I really do enjoy Ford, who just rolls up with his grocery cart full of beer and peanuts, and he's like, "We gotta drink and eat peanuts, man. The world's about to end." This is nuts. So, I again, it's pretty simple. There's not a whole lot to necessarily draw from this intro scene, but I think it's a fun way of kind of, again, it adds to the humor of what you're about to see in this movie while setting the scene for everything. And I do like the comedy of when they're leaving the bar and the guy's like, "Do you really think the world's going to end?" And he's like, "Oh, absolutely." And he's like, "Should we put like a bag over our heads or get on the ground or anything?" He's like, "If you want." And he's like, "Will it help?" "No." And then just leaves. Like I that kind of stuff was killing me. The dry bluntness of it all. Like, yeah, the world's going to end. Do whatever the hell you want. Take the money. I don't care. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, there was a moment that maybe just made me laugh. But it is when Ford kind of first shows up, and Arthur's telling him like, "Oh yeah, like these guys they're gonna demolish the house, like they over there," and then Arthur's like, "What does he say?" He says, "Oh they. When you say they, you mean they." There was something about his delivery in that. It was just very like comical and funny to me.
Yeah, because Ford's over there thinking like, "Oh, how do you know they're gonna destroy Earth?" But he never says it yet, and it's like, "Oh, these guys, yeah, they're gonna destroy your home." Yeah, okay, sorry, them.
Oh, they.
They's
Oh, what do you mean
they,
they? You mean they?
All right, Brian.
You brought up the bar.
Mhm.
The lady at the end of the bar kept catching
Oh my god.
kept catching my attention because like the way that she was like looking at them,
Yeah.
you almost would think she would have grabbed her drink and be like, "What
Yeah.
what is in this? Like, am I okay right now?"
Is this
She
bad
definitely had like
beer?
definitely had the twitchy eyes of like
The twitchy
head on a
eyes.
swivel kind of thing,
She
you know.
was just like very fascinated with the conversation, and I don't think she knew how to process the information.
Are you sure she was fascinated? I feel like she was in her own little world.
Yeah, she kept catching my attention. I was like, wow, that's good to have her keep grabbing the attention of, outside of the lead.
Like as a bystander.
Yeah, exactly.
I it's not often that you want like a background character or an extra to like really draw your
Yeah.
attention, but
Right.
that is an example where it's like it's a great moment, and I don't think her expression changes the entire time.
It doesn't.
Whenever she shows up on screen, it's just like deadpan stare.
Yeah.
Like she's just
She
listening.
does this like little head thing where it's just kind of it's like going left to right, up and down a little bit. You know, it's yeah.
The world's gonna end. No, it's not. We should drink all of the beer. Yes, we should. Eat the peanuts. Okay, those are good. Yeah, not like I said with either of these intro scenes. There's not really a whole lot to break down other than kind of what they are. But again, I really love the parallel of Arthur's home being destroyed and this guy rolling up to him and being like, "Look, if you wanted to say something, you should have gone down to the city office and filed something with them and blah, 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 all the bureaucracy bullshit of it all." And they're just like, you've got to build bypasses because you have to build bypass. Like, that's your best excuse. It's just like, whatever, dude. And then you got the Vogons who show up. Everybody's panicking and freaking out, and they're like, "All right, well, we're gonna destroy your planet because we need to make way for an interstellar bypass. Because you got to you got to build bypasses, and if you hadn't a problem with it, you should have filed an injunction." Like, it's just that's something as boring as bureaucracy to be made into a joke is pretty brilliant, and I like how they did it. I think it's a really fun way to start this movie. It's not the biggest joke, it's not the big belly laughs, but it's a solid way to start. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I wrote this down. I said house plans and earth plans to be demolished on display. Like, cause for the house, they were Arthur said, "Well, yeah, it was on display in the cellar."
Yeah.
like not in like a public front door kind of like viewing spot.
Yes.
Yeah, and then once they talk about Earth being destroyed for this bypass, I was like, I see what you did there. Good little gag for
Mm-hmm.
sure.
And the best part is Arthur's the only one who gets to walk away.
Yeah, they really couldn't build around his house. There was nothing around him.
I've seen this is like the
They couldn't bypass his house with
right
their
can't go
bypass.
bend it around. I've
Yeah.
Have you guys seen it's just an image that I've seen, but it's popped up a couple of times on just like Instagram and things like that. But apparently there was like an old man who refused to sell his house because they were building like a freeway or a bypass, like literally this exact thing. Refused to sell his house so that they could build it. So they built it around his house. So it literally, the roads bend around his house, and for him to get to his home, he has to drive through like a concrete tunnel under the roads to get to his home because he refused to sell it, and they built around it. They're like, that's like another route. Sure, they could have gone with this, but that's a real life example of somebody being like, no, I'm not selling my home. I'm not leaving.
I've seen
But we've
those.
got to build bypasses, because you got to build bypasses. And they just built around this man's home. So, yeah.
Because all that's doing is upping the value of that land in the future, you know?
It's not anymore. It's worthless. They already built around it.
Well, I guess, yeah.
They already built around it. Your house is worth nothing now.
Yeah, good luck selling that.
You can't do. What are you gonna do with that? The best
I guess you got a point.
the
Yeah.
best you could hope for is that road runs into problems, and they're like, oh yeah, we can buy this land, fix this road, and actually make it a
make it
straight
straight
line.
now. Yeah. Yeah, see, that is what makes the value go up even more.
By the time it gets to that, you're dead. That house is already demolished. The state has taken it. It's like, there's nobody here to claim this land. This buy this house. You didn't leave it to anybody. Psh, that's ours. We demolish it. We fix our roads later.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else for intros? Ready for memories?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, my memories like in the intro.
Okay.
So I thought it was really funny when they show like the spaceship, and then they just keep going like further and further and further out.
Oh yeah.
Like, like you think it would just be the end of that, dun, 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 and then dun, dun, dun. It looks like a whole bunch of like little Lego blocks on the earth. There's so many. It's so funny.
See, I do like this gag, but it's a very like British humor kind of a joke, where you make the joke and then you keep making the joke until it's no longer funny, and that's the joke. And it's funny in this because like you said, they're zooming out, and they zoom out like 10 times. You're like, oh wow, that's bad. Oh, we're still zooming out. We're still zooming out. Okay. Oh wow, this is really bad.
I thought the zoom out was actually really well done, like production wise. It looked really good.
Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah, because it was the images of Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they got to outer space and the ship. It all looked really good.
I like, because I'd mentioned like the CGI and the design of everything. It's probably one of the smartest things they probably could have done was making the Vogon ships rectangles. There's nothing special about them. They're just blocks, and it makes perfect.
Like Xboxes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it's literally a box. I mean,
Yeah.
Jesus, I barely moved that time. But yeah, it's stay up there, you son bitch. Yeah, it's. I'm gonna hold this for a second because it's gonna fall again. I can feel it. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it told you.
Just have Jamie come around and just hold it for the next 2 hours.
I'm just gonna hold it right there for now. We'll move it later. I don't even remember what I was talking about. This is just so embarrassing. My brain is lost. We were talking about the Vogon ships. That's what it was.
Yes.
Yes, I think it was a brilliant idea to make them rectangles, because when you're zooming out and you're doing all of those things, all you have to do is create simple shadows, simple blocks. Like, that's such an easy thing to design, but it's very effective in its simplicity. And the explosion of Earth, I mean, Star Wars, right? Like, I'm used to seeing shit explode. I'm used to seeing planets and Death Stars explode. I really enjoyed the design of this one, where essentially it just into like a cloud of stardust and like that's it. And like it again, simple and effective. I really enjoyed the design of all of this. And again, rectangle ships for the most boring alien race in the galaxy. That like their whole thing is bureaucracy and like perfect. They're super boring. They have no creativity. Blocks.
Yeah.
Did you have any other memories, Jen?
That, and then of course the dolphins, but I can't really call that a memory because I only remember that when I saw it, so that doesn't count.
Excuse me.
Wow, you look really angry.
I am so upset right now. No, it's just the freaking thing. Just I'm barely moving is the annoying thing. But does anybody else have memories?
I've got a couple.
Okay, well I want to ask Brian about his memories, not you. No, go ahead. Nate.
When I mean
Go ahead.
anybody, I mean Brian. Yeah, the one of my favorite ones that just made me laugh is when Arthur and Ford become couches.
Yes.
That took me. It was like I was not expecting that. It was just fun. Like it's not really even a joke there. Like it's just they turn into a sofa. Like that's it.
Yeah. I like that the sofas are like moving like puppets as they talk.
Yes,
too.
yeah. But then he drops. What's the? Did I write it down?
I think it's like Ford.
Arthur,
I think
he's
I'm a
like Ford. I think I'm a sofa. Like, why does that crack me up? I don't know.
I liked the.
You need to be drunk or high to watch this movie.
I liked. I
was
was
that, Matt?
sober. I was sober. I liked the results of the improbability factor, like the turning into a sofa and all of those things. That was really fun for me.
Like the changing of like like changing into whatever anything.
Well, that just like the ship itself kind of changing was a really cool thing because again, it's just a simple effect of like we replace the image of the ship with just a random image. And it just flashes through like a brilliant, simple, great design. But when they come back, like when they're the ball of yarn and they're coming back and everybody's made of yarn and it's like little puppets and things. And he's like, oh no, I think he's going to be sick. And he throws up, but they transition from like the throw up yarn as he's like coming back to normal and he's pulling the string of yarn out of his mouth. And it was like that transition from yarn to live action is
They even do the same thing for I think flowers, but it's even shorter. Like it's you just see like, or is it leaves or something like, or flowers or leaves or petals are like coming off their faces.
Yeah,
it's like the same idea, but they do it a lot shorter for that one.
yeah.
But yeah, so the sofa one was a memory, and then the this kills me. The little like fly swatter things that pop up like on the planet, that killed me too. That was,
Every time they had an idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What kills the scene itself makes me laugh, but like what I always think about is Ford rips one of them out of the ground.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, like it's so funny because he's got his towel ready because we know how important towels are, and he's like, I think, and it pops up, and he like wraps the towel around its neck like he's about to choke somebody out. Like it's this freaking martial arts move that he pulls on this thing, just yanks it out and then throws it to the ground and try to stomp on this knob that he ripped off. But like I love that he uses the towel for somebody who's like, towels are important. Do not lose your towel. He used it constantly.
He did.
He used it constantly. I appreciated that it was a joke that wasn't just left. It was a functional thing.
Yeah.
But getting slapped in the face over and over again was tons of fun.
Yeah, it's just like the motion, the sound effect of it all, just like the slapstickiness of it. Yeah.
When they slowly realizing what's happening.
Yeah, and then they're all running, and then you see them all like pop
Just
up
getting
as they're running. Yeah.
Go ahead, Brian.
I have two very quick memories.
Mm.
The first one is, I think, might have been the only time this movie made me laugh, like out loud. Um, I still laugh even when I think about it. It's when they're on the tour, and he's like, "As you can see, we're almost done with the oceans."
Oh, yeah. I wrote this down.
And the thought of someone just standing there with a hose to the ocean is really funny to me.
Did you get the one before that when they're painting like the Grand Canyon red?
Yeah, I saw that. but
Yeah.
that one wasn't as good. But when I saw
okay.
them literally filling the ocean with a hose, oh my god, I was like, okay, finally, guys, that was clever.
Yeah.
And then the other one, I don't really know how to word this, but it is, I think, yeah, it's definitely in the intro. It's when you get that first close up of a, is it a Voger?
Vogon?
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 Yeah, it's when you get the close up of his mouth and everything. That for some reason is in my mind, and I think it's stuck there.
Was big ugly lips.
Yeah,
Disgusting.
Crazy pig nose.
Gross.
it was like I don't know. It was like it reminded me of the dinosaurs with a unique twist.
I could see it though. I could see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the design of these aliens. They're horrible. Like they are awful looking, but they have enough character. Like they changed the designs on these guys. They could have just made it like, all right, here's a 1-for-1. They're all the same thing. Put somebody in the suit that fits it. Like they could have done that. But each Vogon has a character. Like they're skinnier, they're fatter, they're sweaty, they're like they're beards. Yeah, like they have personality, and I really love that each of them isn't just like a copy and paste of the first one. And they are funny. But what I love the most about them, I think it's the Vogon secretary lady who's running all the time, and she's all sweaty. Her arms are just like they just bounce, and all I can imagine is like the person in the suit doesn't actually have their arms in the suit for any of the Vogons as they're moving around. They're just these dangly arms that just kind of bounce as they run, as somebody's in the suit, just arms by their side, trying to run as best they can. That kills me to think about.
You know, the moment with her that I really liked was when she starts like twiddling her thumbs. I don't know if you noticed that. Yeah, like the oops.
Hey, it's working again.
Happens again.
I told you. It's the light. The sun's going down. I can see your hands.
The sunset.
Oh yeah. But yeah, you're talking about the secretary lady Vogon that's making Zooey Deschanel's character like sign a bunch of forms and stuff, or no?
Not her. It was the one that runs in with the release form.
The release form. Yeah. She's like sitting behind the desk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Her. Yeah. She was like twiddling her thumbs, and I don't know why. That just like added a lot to her character, a lot to her character.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just a little detail.
They did a lot of like little things like that with the characters. Like nothing feels. None of the alien creatures feel like people in suits. They made them realistic and have enough emotion and things. Like they made them feel real.
Well, and she like that alone just made her come off as like an innocent creature. Like she wasn't a threat. Like she was just nice and very.
Are you thinking about the DMV lady or the actual one that's kind of telling Zooey Deschanel's character that Earth is blown up?
Yes, that one.
That one. Okay.
Are we talking about different ones?
We definitely are, but like I'm trying to just lock in on who you're thinking of.
Okay, you're talking about the one that Arthur Dent has to get ahead of the line for.
No, so the original one that I was talking about, I don't think she shows. I think she may show up twice, but it's just to run in with papers to the head Vogon, where she always seems to be out of breath. Like that's it. You hear her shouting from out, and she runs in. And she's got the paper. It's like that's her only thing.
It.
So it's a different Vogon that's doing the interrogation bit with Zoe, and different than the lady who's in what I'm calling the DMV, because it's just like, oh, that's the wrong form.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we were talking about different ones.
Oops, sorry.
No. I wanted to understand who you were talking about. I'm with you though. Like I
Yeah, just like there's something about like the twiddling of the
I don't know what either you're talking about.
She had like the glasses, and she was.
It's right after the slapping in the face scene.
Yeah. And she types on that really like ancient alien looking keyboard. Yeah.
I kind of liked that keyboard with the big buttons and everything.
Yeah,
it seemed like, obviously I wouldn't want a keyboard that size or anything like that, but just like as a prop and everything, I liked it. It looked really good.
Yeah.
And so fun fact I had forgotten about. Apparently the Vogon language is like an established language. I think it might be remember when we did My Fair Lady? I know that's a stretch, but remember when we did My Fair Lady?
Yes.
And how the one guy was talking about like linguistics or whatever, and like he was writing things down in like a shorthand. And she's like
scribe?
Kind of like he was just like writing things down that wasn't like, it wasn't English lettering, but he was writing things down, and she asked him, like, how can you tell what this is? I was just like, it's a special thing. Like, it's for phonetics or whatever is, I think, how he described it. But
I don't fully remember now.
Either way, I'm fairly certain that like the system that he was using is technically what the Vogon language is. I'm trying to pull up the trivia now to see what it's called.
That's a weird connection.
Well, I mean, that's the only other time.
Matt has a great memory.
Jesus, I do.
Yeah.
When it comes to movies, I'm gonna get the light later. I'm just gonna let it go for now. We're gonna stick with the purple light.
I mean, Jen's screen's already black, Matt. So you're.
It's all good. We're halfway there. But yeah, that's the only other example that I've ever heard of this kind of like a language thing happening. So, best example I had and could share with you guys.
Yeah, Matt, your memory is incredible sometimes, man.
Movies lock in. Movies lock in. I will remember a movie.
How will remember you?
It's
We
what the hell
did
is
My
this
Fair
thing
Lady
called?
like 2 years ago, and that was my pick, I think.
I think it was your pick.
Was it 2 years ago?
I feel like it was
like that.
probably 3.
Yeah, I think more like 3.
Dang.
Because I'm pretty sure I was still in Monterey.
Come on now. If you guys want to move on, it's just you're waiting on me for memories now, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I have stuff to talk about, but you want to go?
My
go
Fair
for-
Lady, May 3rd, 2021.
21?
Oh, that's 4 years ago.
Was that just after I joined?
Yeah.
Dang. What the hell? What the hell?
That's nuts.
Yeah, and I remember that very well. I must have missed it. What the hell was it called? It had like such a simple name, is why it's so difficult to remember it.
What is Matt trying to figure out?
The name of the written language. If you can find it from
Oh.
there, that might do it. From My Fair Lady. I'm trying to find this damn thing. It's killing me. Ah, here it is. The Vogon language. Yes. So it is known as Pittman shorthand. Also, I guess like a different version known as Pittman 2000. But yes, that's what the language is. It is technically a real language. It's in English. It just happens to be done in like, I think it's lines and curves or something, but it's essentially they're supposed to represent like certain phonetics. So it's like pronunciation versus letters.
I don't know what to do with that knowledge.
Well, just I'm always impressed when like writers and stuff create actual language, For example, Tolkien created the Elven language. He's a can't say the damn word, linguistics person. So like he's studied languages and that kind of thing. So it's probably a little bit easier for him to come up with an entire language. But it's really cool when that happens. I don't think Isla Fisher's character from The Wedding Crashers, I don't think that's a real language. But, kudos for coming up with some gibberish.
Was Java?
Java?
Yeah.
That's a real it's so the
it was real?
That's a
I always
computer
thought that was
science.
made up.
the languages in Star Wars tend to be a mix of actual languages. So
Okay.
it's
Oh, I thought you said Java.
Java.
I'm like that's a computer language,
it's-
but yeah.
In universe it's called Huttese, but it's
It's
like a mix of certain things.
Yeah,
Like,
even the Minions was a combination of
it's like
languages.
Spanish, Latin, French.
Yeah.
Like it's
Right,
random
yeah.
words that are melded together. Yeah.
Mm.
But I find that stuff always is really impressive when people can come up with a language or things like that especially for like sci-fi and fantasy stuff. It's just really cool. It helps with the immersion.
Mhm. All right, memories, Matt.
Memories. So the big one is always so long and thanks for all the fish with the dolphins. But yeah, I think other than 42, because I use that almost on a daily basis, sadly. I think the big memory that I take away is Hamakavula, when they go to see him and he's at his dinner table and everything, and he takes his glasses off. And his eyes move with it, and he's just left with like what looks like those tiny freaking sockets. Like it's again terrifying.
I wrote that down.
I'm like, this guy is so freaking scary. And then he gets up from the table, and it's like he's just half a man, and he's got his metal like he's so freaking creepy. So actually, you know what? I'm just gonna say Hamakavula might be my memory, because the other moment when we first see him when they're in church and they all do the achoo, and he does the bless you, like he's blowing his nose, or he's wiping the snot off and like sending it off. Like I don't know what it is. It's the way that his hand does the whole brush from like his nose and forward, and the smile, the delivery. It's
Malkovich, man.
It's so good. It's so good. I love that moment, and I'm like, I see why you're the leader of this church, and you're fucking terrifying, dude. You're so fucking scary. So I really like John Malkovich's character, but seriously, the moment when I don't know what it is about eyeless characters, but they freak me the hell out. Like, have you guys seen Pan's Labyrinth?
No.
There's a character, I think it's played by Doug Jones, but he puts eyeballs, like they're just sitting on the table. He puts them into his hands, and then he's holding them.
Well, that's Crumb.
A little bit, except he just holds them, yeah. Real monsters. Hell of a pull. I love it, man. Yeah.
Jen, did you have something? I couldn't tell.
Yeah.
I do though. I do.
I thought I saw a flash of white, the speck or something. It's
I'm
getting
good.
so dark.
I'm just gonna talk if I have anything to say.
I love it, Jen.
Matt, I just wanted to mention, because you brought up the scene. I wrote down like a part of the like quote, I guess, but I couldn't remember his name. I just wrote minister guy, but
Hamakavula.
Hamakulula.
Hamakavula.
Hamakavula.
That's who Matt was just talking about.
Yes, yeah.
It's John Malkovich.
Got it. He says, "We lift our noses, clogged and unblown."
the fact that these guys built an entire religion essentially based around sneezing and the great white handkerchief or whatever it was that was freaking hilarious. It's so ridiculous.
It's so ridiculous. And then I don't know why I didn't expect it, but when they all sneeze and he says, "Bless you," I was like, "Aha!" I see what you did there. It's like they wrote the joke just for that like last line.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the whole build up is
Yeah,
just
that was
for
the
that last
major
line.
set. Yeah, it was just setting it up.
Yeah. uh, yeah, I wrote down eyeball glasses. Yeah. Okay, are we free for all now? Or
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
absolutely. That's it for me for memories. I mean, like, let's just break down this movie.
I've got.
Okay.
Can we start off with something here?
Go for it. Go for it, you one fiver.
Because I'm just curious if either of the four stars can answer this one question here. What's the elevator pitch of this movie? Like, how would you summarize it of what the movie's about?
A roller coaster that never ends.
That's too vague.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just the first thing.
Because like I was watching this, and as I was watching it, I'm like, I don't even know how to sell what this movie's about.
I would start with the concept of a elevator pitch would be the tough thing for me in this moment to like actually try and do. But essentially, I would try and sell it as a man who has lost his vigor for life. Like essentially, he's just existing, and discovers that there is a bigger world out there. And the fear that has been holding him back from living his life, from finding the happiness that he truly desires, is himself. He has been preventing himself from getting to that point. Nothing. We have to be the change that we want. Like it's
Okay.
the human growth of it all. Like if we're just to focus on Arthur's character, who is our main guy, and I think by the end of it, like that's the main discovery is that like he's self-absorbed in the sense that he's so lost in his own world and he finds little meaning in it. This guy is sleeping all day. By the time Ford comes to get him, it's lunchtime, right? Like this guy's been sleeping all day. He's probably depressed. He's probably just he's probably just getting up to eat and sleep every day. Like he's not living for anything. And by the end of it, he has discovered the meaning of life, the answer to 42, and I guess the question to 42. And he has figured out that love is important. Like what love is a lot more than just a deep feeling.
Okay.
That was a long ass elevator ride.
That's what I said. I was like, I can't do this in like an actual elevator.
I was gonna say
Like,
it didn't
No, I'm
really have
kidding.
to be. It didn't have to be an elevator pitch. It could just be if
Fine.
someone were to simply ask, "Hey, what's this movie about?" Like, what would the response be?
a science fiction examination into the human nature of depression and acceptance.
Wow.
Nice.
What do you got, Nick?
Well, I was gonna add to the whole thing about Arthur's character. There was a line he says. What is Zoe Deschanel's character's name?
Trillion.
Trillion. Yep.
Trillion. Right? Trillion.
Trillion.
Yeah. So she.
A million trillion.
You're a one in a trillion. um, he says something to her that really stuck with me. Was I can't remember the exact quote. So Matt, if you can help me, please.
I will try.
He says to her, if we had never met on Earth, then we wouldn't be here right now, or something like that.
No, if you agreed to go with her to Madagascar, then they wouldn't be where they are right now because they would be dead.
Yes. Yeah, and like that to me was was powerful because he, found this woman who is, it sounds like the love of his life, or a woman that he loves, that he would have never have met before. And the fact that he was taking these chances means that he was getting out of his depression mode, out of his comfort zone, to go and live life and find what is meaningful to him. So I think that to me is more important than like what the plot of this movie is. It's really more about how Arthur grows as a person and changes as a person.
I would add to the argument that it's not just about Arthur changing. They all kind of gain a new understanding, with the exception of Ford. I think Ford is pretty much just Ford, but he's a hitchhiker. His whole thing is, yeah. Well, his whole, exactly, nice. His name is, he's Ford. He's built tough.
Oh,
it was good.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's good.
But yeah, like, cause I like Trill. She kind of grows too, and where like she's just, I just want adventure. I just want blah blah blah, and like she's, again, she's self-centered or self-focused in the sense that like she's putting what she wants ahead of everything, and because of her own choices, she almost loses out on the love of her life, right? Like that's her thing at the end, is her fear is that she's screwed up her chances with the one guy who she feels comfortable with and actually understands who she is and likes her back. And it's not just a physical thing, it's deeper, it's mental and emotional. They have that connection. She changes as well. I'm hell almost to the tiniest degrees. God, what the hell is the president's name? Why does he have to have such a crazy ass name?
Oh,
Sam Rockwell's character. It's Zaphod. God. You guys know that I'm terrible with names. This is gonna be a tough night.
Bumblebrox, right? Zaphod Bumblebrox.
Beeblebrox, yeah. So Zaphod, like even he changes a bit. Like his whole thing is just completely self-centered. He steals a ship so that he can answer the question to 42, so he can be famous forever. Like it's just, everything is self-serving. Everything is just about him, and he, like I said, to this tiniest degree, does change. And it may be just because of the point of view, the point of view gun, but he does grow a little. He does change. He does become a little bit more focused on other people. So I think there's part of the argument within this movie of like, what is the point, is this kind of dive into human nature and how our own flaws can kind of be our undoing, and to recognize that it's okay to need people, it's okay to want people, and we should look out for each other. But I think most importantly, like the book says on the back, and Brian's name is, don't panic.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed the biggest change in, I'm just going to call him the president because his name is too difficult.
That's fair.
So in the president, when he got his other head cut off, was when he started to have like emotions. And I wonder if that's like something just like get out of your head. Because like that second head was supposed to be his brain, right? Or like his mind. And
partially.
So when he lost, yeah, like partially. So when he lost that, it's like that was his ego.
Mm-hmm. I part of it, I'm sure, is like the he says something about like the procedure for separating his head, like getting the second head was because I can't remember the full quote, but it's something along the lines of like, apparently you can't be president with a full mind. So like you have to be a little bit crazy, or you have to be a little messed up. I'm not sure what the real thing is there, but he got the procedure to have his second head so that he could be president. And it seems like within that, part of his brain, part of his personality, part of like they're very different people, right? Like when he pops his head up, he's a lot more aggressive. He's a lot more like go forward and like it's more him but amplified. So when he loses that, not only is he like missing half of his brain, but
Yeah,
he's also missing that big drive for him.
It's like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde.
Yeah, exactly. That's probably a great way of describing it, because I mean, like when he pops up and he's the other guy, he's just a lot more aggressive. He's a lot more like confident.
Here's Johnny.
Yeah.
The double-headed thing definitely was a freaky character.
Yeah, that was a choice.
What did you guys think of like the head throwing back and his like
Like a Pez dispenser? It was great.
It looked really good. Like the effects of it was really top notch.
Okay. Do you have thoughts, Jen?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I for me it's always funny that like when he flips his head he loses his neck. So it's just Sam Rockwell's head, but like
Yeah.
it's just no neck. So yeah, that to me that was always really funny. But like I've never really loved that head. And as far as like the CGI of it all, it is pretty good, but I feel like it's not that it looks cheap, but it looks. It doesn't have. I feel like it doesn't have the same lighting as when it's on his regular head. But maybe that's because of like his regular head and his chin and everything is creating a shadow. I don't know, but I don't think it's a perfect effect. Is all I'm gonna say. Like with everything else I've done in this movie, that might be my least favorite effect, and it's still really good.
Like how would they have done? Would they have done where he like when his head is up? Do they just have like a green like cloth, like a green object to like green screen the face over?
I've been trying to figure. I feel like they probably had to do it multiple ways.
Was it like a rotoscope of some sorts? I don't know.
I think there's different ways that they shot it. So there's probably one to where, because there's the wider shots where Sam throws his head back and you can see the head, and then he throws his head back down and it's his head. For that, I would imagine that he's probably wearing like some sort of like neck sleeve or something that's a green screen, or blue, whatever, that like he himself as the actor is throwing his head back. Somebody reads the line so he gets the timing down, and then he throws his head back down. So for that, it's just the sleeve. But for the moments where like his head is up there and it's thrown back, he's got whatever fake prosthetic on his head, and he's wearing the suit with like fake shoulders that brings it up here. So it keeps it more of a practical effect. But I think that there are times where like you're saying it is like a CGI, and that's where I feel like the effect kind of fades a little.
I mean, it's still like really.
It's really good.
Cool.
It's really good.
Yeah. It's just the creativity of how they got it to work is really cool to me.
Yeah. Like when you bring it up and I'm coming up with ideas and stuff, I would like to know how they actually do it.
Same. Because like you and I tend to do a pretty good job of figuring out like how they do some of this stuff, but this one kind of stumped me a little bit.
Yeah, well, because they did so many practical effects, I hope it's things like that where it's just like him wearing whatever little headpiece and like the shoulders and stuff. Excuse me, and the shoulders and stuff, right? So like it's just him, and he's just like doing his thing and acting, and then he throws his head down, and they cut to a different shot, and now his head's back, right? Like
yeah.
I'd like that. I would like that to be the case. But again, with the effects in this movie, the big thing that I will say is like the CGI and everything is really good, but I love that they use practical effects. We bring this up all the time with movies. I get so annoyed when everything is like, okay, we're on a sound stage and we've got everything is painted green. You got a green box over there. You got a green wall over there. You got this green. Everything's green. It's like, ew. Give me something tangible. Show me something real. And I mean, like the prop makers, when we've done Alien and we were talking about that, we've done Predator, like all of these like 70s, 80s horror films and things like that. I'm like, the practical effects, like people have done it. They're still doing it. They're capable of it. It's even better now. Like, let's go back. Stop throwing everything into the computer and just calling it a fix. Like it's still feels fake to some degree.
Yeah.
Embrace yourself, Brian, for the MCU movies later on. Yeah.
You'll see the green screens.
You'll see.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
It will be. What's funny though is like Avengers was heavily green screened, but they used real sets. So like the bridge, right, where they're the big battle with Chitauri, I think is what the aliens are called. Like that bridge where Cap and Black Widow are fighting everything. That's real, but everything around it, blue screen. But it works if you do it that way, where they have something physical. We're seeing something real. It works. Make the background whatever the hell you want it. I don't care. But if everything that they're interacting with is fake, or just a block that they have to pretend is something, like, ugh. That's one. I think it's too much work for the actors. It's unfair. It's like you're like, all right, pretend everything is this, and everybody's imagining it differently. Give them something tangible. Like if you can give them something to hold, they're 99% more in character. Yeah. And we as the audience are 99% more invested because that's a real thing.
Why do you think the scene with Indiana Jones running away from a boulder is so damn good?
Oh, man.
Because they didn't use CGI for that thing.
As cheesy as the effect looks now, with the Ark of the Covenant of like the guy's face melting.
Right.
It's cheesy, it's silly, it's ridiculous, it's not realistic. But you know what? It looks fucking good. It looks really good. And if
it's
God
impressive that they did it.
Yes.
It's like, yeah, we made it to where a face melts on screen without the use of a computer. You're welcome.
Yes.
We used a giant boulder chasing down Harrison Ford without a computer. You're welcome. I mean, the practicality is what makes it.
Yeah. I mean, the best part about you bringing up Indiana Jones is it's after Star Wars, where ILM has been groundbreaking in special effects, basically creating the beginning of computer generated stuff. I mean, they're doing it. It's still practical, and that's what I love about it. But like it's it's leading into it. Everything is still real, but we could do these things.
Yeah.
God.
I agree.
I think that's why I really love this movie for what it is, like the silly ridiculousness that it is. It's a sci-fi movie that feels tangible and real. I can't remember. I feel like I've brought this up before. You guys haven't seen The Fifth Element.
No.
The Fifth Element?
The Fifth Element.
Yeah, I've seen it twice. Yeah.
Okay. I can't remember when it came out. I think it's probably around this time, if I'm being
like
perfectly
90s.
honest. Yeah, like early 2000s. I'm really not sure. I can't remember. But that's another incredible example where they use a solid balance of practical effects. It's actual costumes for aliens. It's physical things, and the amount of CGI. 97 for
97.
Yeah. And I remember it being late 90s. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
With Bruce Willis?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Almost
97.
Almost a 10-year separation. Almost a 10-year separation. It's still that good. Yes. Keep things real, filmmakers. Keep it real.
Filmmakers keeping it real since 1990.
Well,
That's why I love Chris Nolan.
Well, I was gonna ask. Like, I mean, I don't think any of us have the answers, but like, what's the average budget we've been seeing for a blockbuster movie these days? 100 million?
100, 150.
100. We'll just say $100 million for a blockbuster movie, assuming that it has, we'll say, 2 to 3 A-list actors and CGI.
Now, MCU and those get up to 300, right?
I could imagine, yes, but their goal with the MCU at this point is not to make millions; it is to make billions.
I'm gonna check what was I'm gonna check Barbie real quick.
Oh yeah. But like for those movies, right? How much?
Okay, Barbie was 100 million.
100 million. Okay. So many high A-list actors in that movie, but with $100 million. How much does CGI cost? The animators, the designers, the time, all of that stuff. How much does that cost in comparison to somebody making a physical suit, making a physical set with some embellishments for where you can throw your CGI and all of that stuff, like for those things, but making something real that is there, that is physical, that you can return to if you need to do reshoots? Like, what? I'm curious as to what that price difference is. Like, in my head, it doesn't make sense to me. The cheaper option, ironically, is doing it real, which I'm sure is probably tougher. It requires a lot more. But like with all of these movies, especially with the MCU, where they're saying the CGI is like, oh, we didn't accomplish the CGI. We didn't get it done in time. We had to hire on all these other people, hire on all these other people. Well, we got to delay. Like, you keep doing all of this. What if somebody physically made it? How much time does that save? How much money does that save that it's not being delayed years and years and years and years so that they can catch up to this movie? Seems ridiculous to me. Nick, I know you had your hand up earlier. I apologize. I see that it's down now. It's getting dark everywhere except for Brian and myself, and I'm scared. I'm not going to see you guys. But
well,
Brian,
I want to turn on my light, but I also kind of want to just also go dark too.
just gonna have half a black screen for those.
Yeah, I can't remember what I was gonna say, so go for it, Brian.
Well, I don't have an answer for Matt, but I do have an answer for Matt. And what I mean by that is, I think CGI is like way more expensive than tangible practical effects.
Seems
because
like it.
Think about it. If you just go off of budgets alone, in the 70s, the 80s, $100 million, they would laugh you out the door. If you're like, I just need $100 million to make my movie, they would just be like, get out of here, kid. Like, what fantasy are you even thinking? And so you have to think the budgets are increasing because of CGI use. And of course, salaries have increased as well, especially for A-list actors and whatnot. But case in point, I just told you Barbie was $100 million budget. And then in 1975, a little blockbuster called Jaws came out. That was a $7 million budget.
Wow.
And there's your difference.
I mean, inflation needs to...
I was going to say, to play devil's advocate, what is...
Sure, you could play devil's advocate.
I just want to know.
It's not going to be that much, though.
No, that's crazy.
You said 7 million?
7 million and 75.
I got to say, maybe like it's like 200% inflation or something like that.
I think it's probably, I think that might be 25 million today.
Yeah, because if you think inflation is like 2% per year, and it's been, 50 years since Jaws? That's 100%.
Here we go. Okay. So 7 million in 1977 would be worth $37,132,922 $20. Yeah. So it goes from 7 million worth 37 million. So with a $37 million budget for Jaws in 2025, or I can't remember when Barbie came out, 2023? 2023. Well, I guess I could change that, but that doesn't matter. It's still what it is.
It's close enough at this point.
Yeah, but, again, let's play devil's advocate. 35 million. We lost $2 million in 2 years. So, yeah, like $35 million to make Jaws in 2023 versus $100 million. I mean, that's a difference of, I'm bad with math, $65 million.
Yeah.
$65 million.
And they built Jaws.
Multiple times, and it failed, and it broke.
And you didn't even get to see the entire thing.
And the breaking down of Jaws is what made Jaws what it is.
And I think that's another good thing to bring up too. I having a physical prop, having a physical monster, having whatever, it leads to problems, which creates problem solving, which often in movie making leads to a better movie.
In a bottle. Yeah.
It's we had this perfect idea and like, now we've run into a problem. We have to come up with a solution. Oh, this is even better. We never would have thought of this. Like,
Yeah.
that's the kind of stuff that happens. But with CGI, what happens? You paid $70 million for 100 people to create these effects, and then halfway through them, like, oh, this isn't going to work. You got to redo all of this. They just spent half a year doing this, and now you're telling them they got to redo it?
Yeah.
Cough Sonic the Hedgehog movie. Cough.
Thank you.
It's
Well,
so
just
funny,
for
we're
throwing
over
out an
here,
example,
We're over here
thank you.
complaining about CGI, and just a couple months ago, we are like, Pixar Animation Month. Yeah, bring it to us.
Well, okay.
Well, that's
But
different.
it's like completely different.
Yeah, it's not the same.
Completely different.
But let's talk about that too, because we did Toy Story. What was
Right.
the budget for Toy Story? The first computer-generated animated feature film ever made.
I don't remember. I think it was 25 or something.
It wasn't a lot. I mean, comparatively speaking, it was.
Maybe it
but,
was
like,
even less than that.
I think it was
actually.
less than that.
I'm checking right now for you.
I feel like in the 90s.
Oh, 30 million.
$30 million.
I guess 25. I was close.
Okay. $30 million. What was it? When does Toy Story come out? 94? Okay.
95.
95.
95, yeah.
95
Okay.
released.
Okay. $30 million, 1995, for the first CG animated film. Entirely computer generated. That seems pretty fair to me. Again, how much was $7 million for Jaws?
For Jaws, yeah.
For Jaws. I don't want to do the math. You know what? Screw it. This thing's doing it
That's
for me.
23 million difference if that's what you're going for.
Okay. So the difference between, so if Jaws, because that's just a good example that we've been using. If Jaws was built made in 1995, the same year as Toy Story,
Mhm.
its budget would have been 17 million or 17.6 million.
Okay.
So again,
Interesting.
that's
So you
about
bring in
half
computers.
it's about half the budget
Yeah.
to do something real. It's about half the budget of what it took to do an entire movie in computer.
Yeah.
Compare it to today, where we have live action mixed with this computer generation. It still requires a lot of work. Let's not mince words on that one. But I don't see, from quality to like as far as like story, visuals, all of it, the cinematic making of everything, I don't see the benefit of doing something with live action and entirely CGI. I don't see the benefit. The rare
Cough the electric state. Cough $320 million budget. Cough.
is that like entirely? I don't know much about that movie. I know you've seen it. Is it
Yeah.
like entirely green screen?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
I think some of the Disney live actions are good.
Which ones?
The Lion King.
Okay. Which is
The
completely
Lion King-
CGI, right?
I don't know if it's completely CGI or not, though.
I believe it is completely CGI. There is one shot in that entire movie that is real,
Okay.
and I believe it is. It's
And
like
then-
the first shot of the movie, which I
Little
think is the
Mermaid
sunset.
Was good
or
too,
the
but I
sunrise.
can't remember if that was CGI or completely CGI'd as well. So that's the thing. I don't know.
Little Mermaid, no, because they had real sets and stuff when she makes it to land and all that good stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, it's just like I'm curious about the electric state because it was one of those where I wasn't very interested when I had seen the trailers and stuff. It seems fine, but now that you even say it, like it's further confirmation. Like it looks just like they walked in a blue room and they just filled it,
Yeah.
and that sucks. That's not fun. That's not it just doesn't build an immersive story.
Mhm. It's got some fun scenes, but not a great movie. But still, I would still watch it if you want. Yeah.
I'll check it out because it's got Chris Pratt.
It's Chris Pratt.
Chris Pratt and Millie Bobby Brown, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which, how do you guys feel about Millie Bobby Brown? What was that, Jen?
Who is that?
She's
11.
Yeah, most famous for Stranger Things. She has popped up in damn near everything. But do you remember when I made you guys? I think I made you guys watch Enola Holmes, the female Sherlock. That's Millie Bobby Brown.
Oh, okay. What about her?
Just how do you feel about her? It doesn't sound like you have much of an opinion. Just not aware.
I liked her as Enola.
Enola, yeah, I liked her too.
I like her as 11. I think she was phenomenal in that.
Okay.
But I think that's the only thing I've seen her in, to be honest.
Okay. She really has been in a lot of stuff, and I think once Stranger Things is done, she's gonna pop up in more. But she's kind of been like on my radar. She's one of those people where it's like Timothy Chalamet, how we always say is like they just keep throwing him in everything. I feel like that's the beginning of what's about to happen with Millie Bobby Brown. Like she's already been in a lot of stuff, but she's kind of earned most of it. She is a really good actress, but I'm worried that they're just going to throw her in all, like just, oh, she's 11, throw her in it. She's throw her in it, throw her in it. Like whether she's right for the part or not, just throw her in it. And well, I guess this is where my ultimate question is coming with while I'm bringing this up is like, I know what Chris Pratt is like. I've seen him in multiple roles to know like what he's capable of. But what are they like together? Because aren't they like father daughter?
I don't remember.
Okay, but well, what's their chemistry like together though? Like I know he is always kind of funny, sarcastic, dorky, silly. He's freaking Star-Lord.
Yeah, he's kind of like a knockoff Star-Lord in this movie. I don't remember what their chemistry was like, to be honest.
You're not really selling me on this movie, is all I'm saying.
Because it's just like it wasn't memorable, I guess. There's a giant. Oh, you know what? I'm not gonna say that.
Are we still even talking about our movie? Like what happened?
Yeah, right.
We are. We're allowed to tangent.
Well, it's Matt's night. He can do whatever he wants.
We veered off.
He's the one that's tangenting us.
How did we even get here? We must have hit one of those. What do you call them? The hyper drive. Like we're in now.
Yeah.
We are living the guide right now.
Humanity restored. We're back, everybody.
We're mucking around in hyperspace.
Big piles of yarn right now.
Yeah. We got sucked into hyperspace and into another world, but we're back.
We're just big piles of yarn.
I've got like a little scene.
Yeah.
Something that just it's another one of those like big setup for a joke kind of things. It's kind of early on. It's when we're kind of introduced to the inside of the I believe it was the Vogon ship. And there's this contraption that comes from the ceiling. It's like this. It's like a tripod kind of thing where it just like keeps getting longer and skinnier, and it's just this big dramatic entrance of this whatever this structure is, for the payoff to just be like essentially a microphone holder for him to grab a microphone off of.
Yeah,
Matt, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I absolutely do.
Yeah, this is like such a dramatic setup for such a minuscule thing. Let's stick with the Vogon ship for a minute because that's where I've got I like one of my scenes, like it's just a little bit is also on there. I love these little bits where we're on the Vogon ship because we're experiencing these things for the first time, much like Arthur is, and that's one of those moments where it's like, okay, they're strapped to this obelisk, they're about to be tortured and punished for hitchhiking, and this scary thing is boom, 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 boom,
like coming down, this intimidating claw-looking thing. You don't know what it is, and then it's just, boop.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna like. It's just
it's like an intercom that just like popped
exactly.
out of the wall.
They hit you with all of these like fake outs and stuff, which I think are great because it's the Vogons are supposed to be intimidating. They're supposed to be scary, but then we learn about the Vogons, and it's like, yeah, they're problematic, but they're also idiots. They only operate based off of the rules and bureaucracy and what they're allowed to do with the clearance and all. Like they're freaking idiots. And that microphone bit is hilarious. It's intimidating, it's funny, and it's scary. But that's one good fake out. The other good fake out that I love is when it's right after that, he reads them the poetry and he says, throw them off the ship.
Oh. Yeah.
They take them into their room. They have their little moments and they're standing there. And then it's like, all right, well, it was good to see you. And you've got the alarms going off. They look over at the wall and you're just waiting for it to open up and just suck them out. Like you've seen expected in so many space movies before. But what do? They subvert your expectations and drop them out of the floor. And what I love about this is, again, it's a practical effect that's perfect for the moment. One, the fake out, you're looking at the wall, expecting it to open and then get sucked out into space. That's one. You're going to have to throw in a lot of CGI. You're going to have to throw in a lot of extra effort because now you're sucking a human being out into space. You have to make that look good. You have to make it look real. There's practical ways of doing it, but it's not simple. The simple solution, drop them. The momentum of a human being falling gives the same effect of somebody being sucked out into the vacuum of space. It's perfect. It's brilliant. It's a great fake. This is such a brilliant gag and a brilliant physical effect. And they do this constantly. Again, it's those little subversions of we're Arthur and we have these assumptions of what aliens are like, what being in space is like. Change it up. Swap it out, like just make you experience something you weren't expecting, and it's brilliant. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I maybe I'm on my own little planet with this one, but I didn't get the fake out of them dropping. I didn't see like what was gonna happen with that. But the moment before you mentioned it with the whole poem, I liked when the Vogon was like, so what do you what do you think of my poem?
Yeah.
And I like that Arthur was just being honest about it, like giving real critique of like how it could be better or you know how it made him feel, and it's like, no,
that was not
that's the
a real
wrong
critique.
answer. It's not what they were looking for.
That's not. If you mean real critique as in like saying real like fancy words, sure.
Yeah.
But that's certainly not how he feels about those words.
About those poems.
That poem. But the other brilliant thing that I liked about the poem, they hype up and describe how awful and just terrible this poetry is. It is the worst thing written, with the exception of the one poet from Arkansas or wherever the hell the person was from. I don't remember. Sussex. I don't know. But the clever thing that they do is he starts his poem and then the narrator kicks in, speaking over the poetry. So you don't actually have to hear the poetry. You're just seeing the reaction of how awful it is. You got Mos Def over there who looks like somebody is just like literally poking and prodding in his brain. Like he's looking so painful, and you got Arthur like, I mean, it's bad, but like it's not that bad. And then they cut back to it. It's like, okay, he says a few words, and then he gets back into it, and the narrator kicks it. I'm like, it's just clever. When you describe something, like if you're a writer and you're describing something as the worst, and you put it at this extreme, how do you make something that bad that is also tolerable? That's not just like absolute shit. Like it has to be good enough to be considered bad. How do you do that? You don't. You avoid. You find another way. You start it off and you're like, and you talk about something else to distract you. Wasn't that bad? Like, brilliant.
Yeah. No, the editing in that was really well done.
It's just it's a really clever way of saving yourself from writing just
Yeah,
something awful.
you're sparing the audience too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny that they show like the legs of a corpse that were at the poetry reading too.
The
Did you guys see?
what was it?
There was like you could see like when they show Arthur's face and he's looking around, they pan over to like another pillar and it's some guy's feet and he was chained up and he's dead.
Oh no, I did.
Oh,
Oh, for being read the poetry. I don't.
Yeah.
I
do
I
remember
vaguely
that.
remember that. Yes.
yeah, it was a quick cut.
He's dead. Yeah, that's good.
Death by Poetry, another great band name.
Did you guys want to take a break, or do you want to try and plow through some stuff? We don't have to dive in on break. Is that what that was?
I don't know.
Okay. It's up to you guys. Like I've got 1, 2. Yeah.
I just have to run to the bathroom, but you guys can't see me anyway.
That's true. That's true. That's true. We would never know you left.
Jen is in outer space right now.
Yeah. Well, I have written down. I have like 2 more scenes, like just a few things to kind of like bring up, and then quotes. But I don't have a whole lot left, and we don't need to break down every scene.
I have nothing.
Okay.
I've got stuff, like a handful of things.
Great. Lead the conversation, guys.
Nick, did you?
I mean, I'll talk about things. We went on like a 20-minute tangent about CGI.
It's what we do.
That's what we do.
Nick, did you want to bring up a scene or anything, or
yeah, I'm just kind of looking. Oh, I thought the whole thing about the mice on the ship, and I don't know if I thought it was clever, but at some point in the story, like the tables turn, and it's the mice that are experimenting on the humans. I just thought that like this was such a interesting concept because like we do that here on Earth. We experiment with mice, but just to see like what it would be like if mice experimented on us. I'm the only scene that I'm actually thinking of is when they're back at Arthur Dent's house. It's kind of towards the end. Oh, there's a desk cat.
There's a kitty cat.
We got 2 desk cats going right now. Oh. There's.
She's just over here stretching. It's so funny. Oh, do you want snuggles?
Oh, I love that she's hanging out with you.
Yeah.
Does she like what I call pat pets?
Pat pets.
Also, kiwi.
What?
Kiwi.
Pat pets. It's when you just literally just pat them. Like Whis goes nuts for pat pets.
I've seen that. I've seen videos of that.
I don't know. I have to try it. You just
Let me demonstrate or try to.
You like that? No, she doesn't seem like she's too big.
Watch.
She's like, what the hell are you doing? Oh, did you go about that? Oh, she clawed.
No, don't.
Camera shy.
Anyway, yeah, all I do is like this, and I like go down her side and on like the back of her side and then back up her back, and she just goes nuts over them.
You know, Kiwi's staring at me like she's like, the hell are you touching me for?
I think Lucy looks like she's liking pat pets.
She's kind of tolerating it. She's not so like, whatever. She's still exploring around. Just let me do it.
There are times where like I'll do it and Whistle will just drop to her side and just be like, "Yeah, just go."
Do it. No, the big thing that she does that I absolutely love is she nuzzles in. So like she'll get up on my shoulders and like give me a hug and everything, but she likes to get her head and just like
Oh yeah.
she just nuzzles in. It's the fucking sweetest thing.
Is it Lucy or Lulu? I can't remember.
Lucy.
Lucy.
Hey, are you eating my pens? Stop eating my pens, you weirdo. You did. You're not supposed to eat the pencils, you stupid. Stay away from my pencils, you weirdo.
I love how you just went from like, she's so sweet, she rubs on me. Did you eat my pens?
You stupid. No. Yeah.
Transition.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we can see that. It looks like a charcoal pencil.
Yeah. Man,
Oh,
do
she
you
chewed
see
up your
the-
eyeliner? That bitch.
The
Nice.
destruction that cats do.
She's really not so bad. She does apparently like pens, but I blame Jamie for that.
So Nick, what were you saying?
Before I was rudely interrupted by cats. Oh, thumbs up, yeah.
It was a catastrophe.
It was.
Haha.
What do you cat to be kidding me, right? Meow.
No. No.
That's not the first time. That's not the first time I've said that. No, I was just talking about the mice in the movie, how they just like turned the tables and made them
That's right.
experiment on the humans. And I think it was the scene when they were at
Cinderella.
like an alternate Arthur Dent's house, where the mice were just kind of taking control of everything. Super ridiculous and random. It was just kind of fun to see it kind of come to life. But yeah, go for it, Matt.
I like that they set all of this up with the mice. So you've got the two elders or whatever that create deep thought and ask the question and do all of these things. And then deep thought says, I'm going to help you design another computer. I'm going to tell you all of these things. You're going to take on a primitive form. Like deep thought sets all of it up. And I like that by the time that that Arthur kind of squashes the mice, it's revealed that those two mice were the elders. But I wonder if it's explained more in the books, because this is one thing that like I don't fully understand. It's like, why mice? And I get like for the joke where he's like, Bill Nighy's character is like, oh yeah, all of this was bought and paid for by mice, and they've been experimenting on you. He's like, oh no, I see where you get the confusion. Like, no, we've been experimenting on them. And he's like, yes, no, well, like one, I love that about Bill Nighy's character, the way he plays the whole like, yes, no, like his up and down is just a lot of fun. But I don't get it. I don't fully understand why the mice, and I'm curious if it's either explained further in the books, or if it's just simply left at that phrase of I don't know the full phrase, but the best laid plans of mice and men, I think is what it is. Because he says it's like the best laid plans of mice, and then Arthur finishes the quote as like of mice and men.
Yeah, something like that.
Like
they were referencing the book, right? Like the
I
story
think
of
that's like
Mice and Men.
I think it's like an actual idiom or whatever, which is probably what the book is referencing as well.
Yeah.
Nick, from your window, it's looking like you're like gonna be abducted from the lights of the cars. All of a sudden, I saw like a bright light, and I was like, "Is that a UFO?" And it kind of held there for a second.
It's Ford. He just got here. They need to build a bypass through this house.
Nick's really leaning into sci-fi July.
Yeah, like you're really good.
Yeah.
If you come back with a probe, I'm sorry.
He's got ET out the window.
Here comes another one.
Meow.
there was a small moment that just kind of made me giggle.
Yeah.
I think it was the narrator. It says at one point that the universe was created and then people were upset.
Yeah.
And I'm like, of course, like they were upset. Like everybody's upset at something.
Yeah.
The universe was created, and it was widely established that most people believe that this was a bad idea.
Yeah.
You definitely
It's just,
don't create the world.
yeah. Retreat.
Oh man,
Yeah, it was just a little thing.
it was a fun moment. All of mine are like small moments too, like that.
Okay, yeah. Another one. I put deep thought equals Alexa.
Well, it's an Apple, so technically it should be Siri.
Theory.
Oh yeah.
Oops. Did I wake you?
Another small moment. It's a quote actually from Marvin. Somebody tells him to freeze, and he goes, "Freeze? I'm a robot, not a refrigerator." It's like that's a dry British humor for you.
I can't remember. I think it's at the end, but and I think it's Trill says to him is like, "Marvin, you saved us all," and he goes, "I know, it's awful, isn't it?"
Yeah, I do remember that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brian.
You brought up Marvin. One thing that I did really think was quite hilarious. Well, not hilarious, but creative is they had Marvin grab the point of view gun
Mm.
and fire it off on the Vogon army,
Oh yeah.
and they're all just like, I feel so empty now. Like, what is the point? Like, it just completely became just multiple Eeyores, and the war's over. I was like, okay,
And like the
that's really
domino
good.
falls, all of them. Yeah.
Just the fact that they all inherited Marvin's view on life. I was
Yeah.
just like, that was creative, guys. Good job.
That was the part that got me, was the domino effect of them all falling
Yeah.
down. It's so
Yeah.
funny.
Oh.
That is so boring.
What is the point of this? This is stupid. Yeah, I thought that was good.
Oh, I really loved this scene. It was nice. It's a Trill, but she's like in like this spaceship kitchen or whatever,
Hmm.
and she's like, yeah, you just put your face in this little hole, and then it thinks or knows what you're craving, and then it just pops out for you, and then like a little like muffin or whatever popped out.
It's a donut.
And I was like, oh, okay, that's your typical like sci-fi whatever. But the next thing, I was like, oh my God, this is like a real invention that should be made if it's not made already. I called it the toast, or yeah, just I wrote down it's the toast bread knife, like a knife that toasts your bread as you're cutting it. I'm like, $1 million idea, brilliant, brilliant. And the way that she demonstrated it, it looked really good. I don't know if it was CG or if it was like some kind of makeshift hot knife, but it looked really good, and I was like, man, that's clever.
Yeah, I would be curious how they did that one, but I love how when she first busts out the toasting knife, she like it's a little lightsaber, and she's like, ah, like she waves it at him like it's all funny.
Oh yeah, it is like a little yeah.
It's
like
just a little
red
lightsaber.
Yeah.
She's like, she waves it at him, and she's like, this toast, like it toasts as you slice.
Yeah.
It looks really cool.
Mm-hmm.
I remember seeing like ads for that thing online where like people were like, "There's this new device where people could like," and it was like years after this movie came out, where people were showing this clip as if it was a real product, and I think people were buying it because they'd never seen the movie. They thought, like, not buying it as in like physically buying it, but believing it.
Yeah.
And it's hilarious to me because you're right. Like that's one of those things. That's one of those weird products where it would be awesome.
It's like the Sham Wow. Like it's like one of those types of.
You're comparing A knife that can slice bread and toast it simultaneously to the sham wow.
No, I'm saying it's like in the same category of like the as seen on TV kind of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
You couldn't have gone with the slap chop?
Oh. I've actually used one of those before. It's actually not that great.
They're not.
No.
But it does have one of the greatest lines from any infomercial ever. You're going to love my nuts.
Oh. Yeah, I remember that.
Kills me.
Yeah, no, that's all I got for notes I wrote down.
Yeah. I've got like two more like little scene moments that are really funny. So the first one, they are making their way to, I'm blanking on the planet, something Thea, Armathea, Almathea,
Margathea.
I'm blanking on it. Madrathea, doesn't matter. We're not gonna focus on it. It's not worth it.
It was like Margathea.
Madrathea, doesn't matter. They make it to that planet, and they're being chased by the warheads or whatever. They're about to be blown up by nuclear weapons, and they hit the improbability factor button, and it turns them into a potted plant. I can't remember what it was, and a whale. And then the description of the whale that has suddenly come into existence miles above the surface suddenly only has a few moments to come to acceptance of its own existence, and you just get this dialogue of a whale's internal monologue as it's falling to the ground. It's like, who am I? What am I? Oh, I don't know. What am I? What is his thoughts? Oh yeah. Oh, that's it. And like, oh, what's this big hurling thing that I'm coming towards? Like, oh, I hope it'll be my friend. What should I call it? Ooh, ow, ground, plah. Like it just
the word ends in ound. Yeah.
Just if it were a real whale, yes, I would feel terrible. But I do think that it's a really funny bit of just like following a whale who has suddenly come into consciousness and is falling to the earth. The other moment, it's not too long after that. It's when they make it to the surface of the planet and they go through the little portal thing. And it's when they show them at the other end, and it's just Zaphod, the president, just full on face planting on the ground and just popping back up. He's like, far out, man.
Oh.
Like, it's just, he full on straight to the face, belly flops to the ground from wherever this was. It's just pops himself back up and is like, wow, far out, man. That was far out. And he's just like ready to go. Like, let's go on with the adventure. It makes me wonder how everybody else landed, but I love the fact that he straight up right to the face and then pops up like nothing happened.
That's like one of my favorite bits, like comedy bits,
so
when it's like a rag doll that just comes flying down, and like as soon as it hits the ground, you see the actor actually like pop up into frame. They're essentially like crouched down, and as soon as the rag doll hits, poof, it just jumps right up.
Well, this is where they did it really well because
Saturday Night Live did it all the time.
yes,
What?
All that in Saturday Night Live, they did that all the time.
Oh yes, yeah.
Especially all that, like all over, flying dummies all over the place.
Yeah.
I believe what that stunt is called is a cowboy switch.
Oh.
But
okay.
what I like about it in this movie is normally it's done where like you see the thing fall and it goes behind something or it hits something and goes by like and it's hidden and then the real person pops out. For this one, it just straight up flat, never leaves view, and he just pops up. So like the seamless change from what is clearly something fake to a real person is seamless and beautiful.
Yeah.
It's such a good gag. Go ahead, Brian.
I liked how everyone was going through that tube thing, and then when Arthur goes to go through the tube, you just do a aerial shot of him popping out on the other side into the snow, just face planting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh, didn't work out well. Didn't work out that well for you, huh?
And then you got Marvin, who just like adds insult to injury, and like, I told you it was gonna be terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's it for like my little scenes and bits. I've got a couple of quotes and stuff. No, we did that one. Actually, I've got one quote. Well, technically it's like, it's 3 quotes, but it's like a conversation. So it's right before there. It's there at the portal, and it's going through, and it's just like chopping everybody to bits and everything, or spinning everything, and nobody's gone through yet.
Yes, the scene, yeah.
But you've got Zaphod, who says, like, I think we're supposed to go in through. Like, we got to go through there. I have a hunch. And Ford says, his hunches are good. But the kicker is Arthur right after is like, go with the hunch of a man whose brain is fueled by lemons. Like that whole conversation is just hilarious to me, and like him losing at that moment and calling him out for like a lemon powered brain is hilarious. But Zaphod on the other side of it, all of this happening, he's just like, that's me. Like, he's just so confident and proud of like, yeah, I've got a hunch. Yeah. I'm running on lemons, and it's a great idea.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought this scene up, because this scene also was a really good way to illustrate kind of like the, live in the moment, take a chance, like don't hesitate,
Mm-hmm.
And you see Trill while like the guys are kind of doing their thing. You see her kind of like in the back, and she just full sprints into that portal, because Arthur was like,
she's tired of the bullshit,
questioning himself about like what's gonna happen and whatnot. And it's like, man, like in life, that's what you got to do. Just run head first into things sometimes, and you see something great on the other side, maybe. But yeah, I just really enjoyed the scene because it just illustrates that really well.
Yeah.
Well, and then you get Arthur, who's like, all right, I'll do it. But then he actually he doesn't go through the portal. He actually comes out the other side of the physical portal itself. And I'm trying to remember, like, what is it? Like, why did that not work for him like it did for the others? Do you remember?
It took too long.
Yeah, that's kind of the
it's
implication.
Just a timing thing. Oh.
That's what it seems like.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead, Brian.
When he's on that crate thing with the tour guide, Bill Nye,
yeah,
that looked really cool.
That
just looks so seamless and smooth, like really, really. I was like, wow, I feel how smooth that is just by watching it, and just all the scenery around it. It looked really. They did a great job on that one.
What scene are you talking about?
I titled this one.
Oh, sure.
Welcome to the factory floor.
Yeah.
So it's when Bill Nighy's character, because we're not going to try and pronounce his name, is taking Arthur through the solar system, essentially. Like he's showing you all the planets that they're working on, and eventually leading him to Earth 2.0.
Yeah.
Yes.
I absolutely love this scene. My favorite part.
I mean, it was just gliding. I was like, man.
So what I love about it, if you kind of pay attention to what's happening and all of that stuff, it's so brilliant. When they get into it at first, you can see like it's rickety, it's shaky, it's shitty, it's terrible.
Mm-hmm.
But it also reads like it's straight out of like a Disneyland ride.
Yeah.
They hop into this thing, and as it leaves and like makes this horrible turn and then gets out of there as it's rattling the whole way, another cart comes to take its place. That's freaking funny to me. But then it takes off, and like you said, it's super smooth after that. And what I find interesting is like it's leading them straight forward. Like it's a straight path forward, but it's not pulling them, it's pushing them.
Mm-hmm.
They're attached to the thing that's at the end that is extending and pushing them forward and holding
Yeah.
them in place. And then they get to what is essentially the elevator, where it switches grips, it grabs a new spot, and then it pushes them down. Like, it's so smart. It's an elevator or a wonkavator if you want to do like left, right, or whatever crap. You can do that fun stuff. But it was really clever and beautiful. I love how when he's explaining to him before they get onto the thing, it was like, oh yeah, we build planets. And you're seeing the different examples of things that they've built. There's like a diamond-shaped one. There's one that's got like a whole chunk missing out of it because it's a square, but it still has a core. Like, I would love to know how those planets function. The fact they're like, oh yeah, we do crazy planets for people that want to buy a planet. And I'm mostly because I'm curious like what the physics are on a planet that's shaped like a diamond. You know what I mean? Like, how does that work? How do the poles work? How does gravity work? How does all of that work? So I'm really curious, but I think it's really fun. And then going through space and everything, it's beautiful. The CGI of everything is incredible. It looks so good.
Like, it does look like one of those like virtual Disneyland rides where like you're essentially on this like
It's
crate
Star
box
Tours,
thing.
man.
And then it's like, yeah, and it's like this 360. It's like if you were, I would imagine if you were inside of the Las Vegas sphere, and you were in like that crate thing, like in the middle of the sphere, and then the inside was just all like that, like galaxy, you know?
Sounds like an awesome experience.
Yeah.
Kind of want to go to the sphere now.
They should do that. Hey, Las Vegas Sphere, you listening right now?
Hey,
I just gave you a great new attraction.
Grateful Dead. Next time you guys are doing a show at the Sphere, just float your stage and then do space theme around you.
And then make people dizzy and
Be awesome.
Yeah.
I've got one final question for you guys, and then I'm done.
42.
That's the answer.
What is 42?
So, thank you. This isn't Jeopardy, but well done.
Yeah.
So, don't blow in the cat's butt. That's weird.
It was her
I'm gonna
tail,
take that out of
sir.
context.
Sure.
It was her tail.
I believe it. But yes. So, my question for you guys, because the way that this is all described, is Earth just part of the Matrix? And instead of, like some guy in a room filled with monitors running the things, it's actually just two mice that have been controlling the Matrix this entire time?
What is The Matrix? It's a great movie, but what is The Matrix?
It's a computer program ultimately, right? They describe Earth as a computer, an organic computer, but it's a computer.
Like hardware and software. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for you, Matt. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
That's a really good question, though. Do you have thoughts, or did you just?
I really just kind of want to like bring it out to the group and see what you guys were thinking, but like I do think it's a fun comparison that these are mice that created a computer program that is Earth, and they're running it, and it's like that's the Matrix. They created the Matrix.
Yeah, the whole, I guess the whole mice creating the Matrix or Earth or whatever. I think that's, I don't know. That seems like too far of a stretch of like in terms of ridiculousness. Or maybe it's like too ridiculous. I don't know what to think anymore.
I think it's perfect. Yeah. But that's it for me. Jen, I can't tell if you're there. Do you have any final thoughts?
I don't have any thoughts on that. No, I would have to see The Matrix again
Okay. Yeah.
to understand what the heck you just asked.
Fair. All right. Well, with that in mind, I think that's the end of our chat for the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Unless you guys have any other things that you'd like to bring up, I'm mostly throwing that out to Nick.
Did we do ending?
We haven't really focused in on the ending. We've kind of brought it up, we've skirted around it, but we can really break it down if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm good for ending.
Okay. Ending and who won the movie.
Yeah.
Break it down, Nick.
2 steps this time.
You don't remember the ending, do you?
Well, he does go back to his home, right?
No.
He doesn't.
Nope. He exclusively says this Earth would be much better without me.
I don't remember that. I thought he was like walking back to his house.
No, so the way that it ends is essentially Bill Nighy's character is saying, "Hey, we're so close to being done. We're just gonna complete this and let it be." Which also is kind of his way of saying, like, yeah, we're gonna open up Earth and it's gonna have its free will. Like, you guys just live. You have your planet back. But is there any? He asks Arthur, is like, is there anything that you think your planet could do without? Is there any changes you'd like to make? And all Arthur says is, yeah, could do without me. And that's kind of like that's the closing chapter on the Arthur Dent story of this man who was afraid to live, afraid to experience anything, afraid to go anywhere, was too intimidated by whatever, and just was essentially living in his depression, is now, no, I'm embracing the spectacle that is space, the infinite universe that is now at my disposal, all because I've got the woman I love. Like, this is all I really need. I don't need Earth. I don't need my comfy little home, my little safe place that I believe it to be. I don't need my hermit crab shell. I've got her. And as long as I've got her,
That girl.
I'm gonna be good. And then this is actually, I think, the final lines is them deciding to go to a restaurant at the end of the galaxy or at the end of the universe, which I think is also a reference to one of the books.
Okay.
The restaurant at the end of the galaxy or whatever it is, or like diner at the end of the galaxy.
Oh, and then they do the joke where they're like, "Oh, it's at the other end of the galaxy." Remember, they like turn around.
Yes.
Yeah.
Weirdly enough, you guys haven't seen Spaceballs, have you?
Oh, I have.
You've seen
several
Spaceballs.
times. Yeah.
I may be wrong, but I think that the truck stop towards the end of the movie where they do the Alien parody, where they bring back John Hurt and they have him what do they call him? The chest exploder. What do they call him? The alien when it pops out of your chest. They had a name for it. I can't remember.
Oh.
Either way,
I mean, I know what you're talking about. I didn't.
Either way, they're at this truck stop. They're at this diner, and I think it might be a reference to Guardians of the Galaxy. Guardians of the Galaxy. Haha! You got MCU in my head. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. The restaurant or diner or whatever at the end of the galaxy. I think it might be a reference to that.
Okay.
Yeah, it came out in 87, so Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy would have existed. I think it was a reference to that.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other thoughts on ending or want to break down further stuff? It's funny to me that the Arthur rattling off answers to 42. What did you guys think of the answer of how many roads must a man travel?
I didn't understand it.
He was throwing out questions for the answer 42, and
yeah, I get that. I just don't know why that one piqued their interest. They're like, oh, that's good. And I was like, I don't even know what he just said. The mice are smarter than the gen, that's for sure.
I think it's just because it sounds like profound and it's like it has perceived meaning without being like actual information. Like, how many roads must a man travel? 42. But what does that mean? Like, he has to walk down 42 roads, or like, what do the roads mean? Like, it's one of those things. It's
what is 42? How many Vogons it takes to screw in a light bulb?
Yeah.
he said that too.
But yeah, I think the how many roads must a man travel? The reason they like it is because it's obscure enough that like that could mean a lot of things. That's perfect for interpretation.
That's a lyric to a song, isn't it?
Probably. How many roads must a man travel? Like that's not something they came up for this movie.
It's definitely a lyric. I think
Probably in your playlist from like the 1950s. But while you ponder that, I just have like a general question, not really so movie related, but it's from the movie. But just each and every one of you, what is the meaning of life to you? And don't say 42. Like just what do you think is the most meaningful to you that you want to get out of this life?
Love.
I know it's pretty deep, but I just thought it would be a fun little.
I think I think I want to go with peace.
Mm-hmm.
Like I wanted to say love, Jen. I wanted to, but
Oh, that's my thing. No one can do
well, I couldn't steal it from you. Obviously, I wanted to say it, but to me, I think peace is a more general kind of a thing. Like, what is the meaning of life? Peace, and that's like I think it encompasses love as well as like treating people just kindly, or
like a world peace kind of idea. Yeah.
beauty pageant answer.
Yes. If I could remember the damn date of March 25th, because it's not too hot and it's not too whatever it is. All you need is a light jacket.
I think I would say, like, for me, the meaning of life is, yeah, I mean, it's the first thing that came to mind is kindness. Maybe humanity, like doing things for people, helping people out. Like my number one love language is acts of service, so I'm definitely one to like I love doing things for people. Yeah, I don't know. I guess like just being there for people is the meaning of life for me. Like being there for others.
Do unto others.
Yeah. Do unto others, but you want them to do unto you.
Okay then.
Something like that. Yeah. What about you, Brian?
Meaning of life. Let's see. What?
Yeah.
Yeah. Meaning of life, I honestly think it's to live your life in search of doing things that make you happy.
Mm-hmm.
And while doing so, find as many people as you can to share that happiness with.
Mm. Good answer. Yeah, that's good.
Ouch. That did not make me happy.
Did that make you feel sad? Like a little baby.
Okay.
All right.
I think we're there. Yeah?
Yeah.
Who won the movie?
Mm-hmm.
I'll go.
Go ahead, Jen.
I really liked I think we may have said who it was in the beginning, but I liked the voice of the ship. Whoever did that had me cracking up the whole time.
The
time that he was talking.
Yes, the ship. It's gonna kill me.
The voice of the ship? Are you
Yes.
talking about like the round one with like the hole in the middle?
Yeah.
So like the ship.
The ship's name is like Eddie.
It was so good.
Here we go. It's Thomas Lennon, who I always recognize as Lieutenant Dangle from Reno 911.
Say Dan.
What?
Yeah, no, it's not Gary Sinise.
No.
I will show you one picture of Thomas Lennon, and if you don't recognize him from it, I will be blown away. Have you guys seen Reno 911? I guess I should start with that.
Very vaguely.
Oh my God, he's.
Not start to finish.
I wanted to see if I could find a good one of him and like his. Here we go. This is Lieutenant. This is not the picture I want to like. I don't expect you to recognize him, but this is in my mind his most iconic character.
Is it the guy in the short shorts?
The short shorts,
Yeah,
Lieutenant Dangle.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Dangle. Have you guys seen 17 again?
Oh, with Zac Efron?
Yeah, it was Zac Efron and
Long time ago.
Have not seen that.
I don't want to go through all of his list, but check him out, Thomas Lennon. He's absolutely hilarious. It was driving me nuts. I was thinking it was what's the guy from SNL? He's
Sure,
also
Matt.
well. Hold on.
A lot of 'em.
He's the guy from SNL. He was in. It's Chris Parnell. Chris Parnell, I think. I thought it was Chris Parnell.
What's the guy from SNL?
I was gonna get there. I thought it was this guy. I know it's a little. I know it's a little hard to see. No. 30 Rock. He was also in Jingle All the Way. But all right, Jen, you're giving the win to the voice of the ship.
Yeah.
Love it. Is uncontrollable optimism.
Yeah. It's so great.
I didn't like the sighing doors though. That was weird.
Oh, the door just sighed.
Yeah. Go ahead, Brian.
We'll make this nice and quick. My honorable mention is going to be to filling up oceans with a hose.
Oh, I thought that would have won.
No. My winner is going to be Alan Rickman.
That's no surprise.
Marvin was the one entertainment that I can always rely on. What does that tell you about this movie, John?
Go ahead, Nick.
Yes, Marvin's on. Something to watch.
That's funny.
I'll keep it quick too, and maybe I'm a little biased, but my winner is going to Zooey Deschanel.
Okay.
She was just so freaking cute in this movie.
Are you kidding me? It was Jess.
Well, of course. She was basically Jess.
Yeah.
Damn.
If I'm being totally honest, I was a little underwhelmed by Zooey Deschanel.
I think I don't know.
There were quite a few moments throughout the movie where I was just like, that's
She just made me smile whenever she was on screen. So
hey. That is
I just thought she was cute. She was quirky,
no.
fun. Like, I love her. So
I
that's why
prefer
said
her.
I'm a little biased in this.
A
winner.
little.
Just a teeny weeny little bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna give my 2 honorable mentions to Marvin, Alan Rickman, and Martin Freeman, mostly because he is on screen the entire movie. But I guess I'll give another shout out to the director, Garth Jennings. But ultimately, I'm giving this to Douglas Adams. The fact that this guy created Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, he's expanded it from a radio show to comic books to books to TV shows to a movie to I think there's actually like an online game or something too that you could do. And the fact that he was what I can assume is the main writer of this. I think I read a fact where like the other writer was essentially brought in to like help him with structure and be like, yep, this is how we're going to take what you've written and make it into a solid, understandable movie. So it was more like guidance versus actual writing from what I can tell. So for me, Douglas Adams being the creator of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and being able to essentially keep it going and thriving and expanding for 20 years. I think like the 80s this thing came out or something. It's just impressive, and I think he's done an incredible job. I believe he has passed, so RIP, but I got to give him the win. And with that,
that's 4 different things. So what do you guys want for the grand?
You're so loud.
I think Marvin, because he was mentioned twice.
All right.
I'm okay with you giving it to Marvin.
Marvin it is. How marvelous.
Marvin, not the Martian.
Marvinless. But yeah, I believe that has done it. We have officially wrapped our chat on Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Thank you all so much for lasting through it. And I appreciate you watching it, but no more will you be forced to watch, talk, or listen to me talk about Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Not that I won't, but be on the lookout for my 42s. And with that, we've got Jen. It is your pick next week, if I'm not mistaken, and you have our 3rd pick for Sci-Fi July. Do you know what it is?
I do. It's on Netflix.
Okay.
And it's a movie called Paul.
Paul?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Have you seen
Paul?
Paul before?
I have.
Okay.
It's been a while.
That's cool. I always, whenever you guys pick your movies, especially when it's one that I've seen or anything like that, I try to keep it plain. I don't want to give anything away or push anything on you guys, but like Paul, okay. Sorry, you said Netflix?
Netflix, uh-huh.
Okay. All right. This will be a fun one. I'm liking Sci-Fi July. Can we make this like an annual thing?
Sure.
I like Sci-Fi July. This is fun.
You're welcome, Matt.
Yeah. Oh, I do. I love this stuff. But all right. So that is a wrap on the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. We will be talking about Paul streaming on Netflix next week. And you can see that chat here on YouTube at GoodFlickas. You can also follow us on Instagram at good.flickas. Give us a like and share with your friends. Let us know how we're doing with an email at goodflickas2020@gmail.com. Give us some advice. Let us know how much you love us, because we certainly wouldn't mind a bit of fan mail. And if you're looking for us, you want to see some of our past shows, you want to see our new shows coming out basically every Monday, occasionally on Tuesdays. Be on the lookout on YouTube at GoodFlickas, where we have that stuff announced. I got a bug flying around my face. Back off. Yeah. Tune in to YouTube at GoodFlickas next week on Monday to hear us chat about Paul streaming on Netflix. Hit that bell, subscribe, follow, do all those things. Ding, ding, make it happen. Follow the GoodFlickas right here at YouTube. Ding, ding, do it. Yeah. But that's it. That is our chat for Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Point that point of view gun, Matt.
Pew pew. And with that, don't panic. I'm sending it over to Brian.
Oh boy. I mean, what else is there to say at this point except for so long. Thanks for all the fish. Don't panic. We will be back next week. And what was it? Don't resist. Ah, shit. What's the saying?
Don't panic.
No.
Wakanda forever.
Got it.
Like random.
Got it. Yes. Don't panic. We will be back next week. So definitely come check us out. And resistance is useless. We'll see you next week. I cannot think of it at all.
Resistance is useless.
That's what they said, right?
Yeah.